And here it is, rinse and repeat. Here it is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen, gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is here, slightly later than we usually now congregate, but nevertheless, we do congregate. So if you are available, then make yourself available for the session, however long it does last. That thing that we do, we're doing it again. So come, let's do together. One man went to mow that bald-headed or you're laughing man that talks in that peculiar way. Come, let's be peculiar together. One man went to mow a little bit of a different slant on the introduction today. We go to the east first, and they have a savior. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobian. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy.
So there you heard it. Holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. And sorry, apologies for having to abandon the session yesterday. A bit of gremlins in the works. So the system was not working properly. So I just decided to abandon it because it would have taken me however long it would have taken me to resolve it. And to be honest with you, I was glad to just abandon it and just get some sleep. But now brighter than ever, sharper than ever, according to the mighty Alexander Gomez. So there it is. We're back in focus, and hopefully the session goes as smoothly as it usually does. Holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu is their mother's savior. As guys, I bring you this. Hold on. Let me actually play you a little bit more of a rendition of that holy, holy as I sequence the headlines. So a bit more enjoyment from the East. Their mother savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobian. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Akerodolu is another savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Akerodolu is another.
There you heard it. Voices from the east, the sons of the rising sun. Holy, holy, Odumedgu Ojoko is their mother savior. So, holy, holy, Ojoko is their mother savior. As guys, I bring you this. Breaking. Nigeria's anti-graft agency EFCC investigates Ministry of Justice over alleged fraud, invites 6 workers for questioning. So the focus now at last on Abubakar Malami. It could not be the case, no matter how protected he is, because just the level of looting from that guy. I think a man of the people, Chinua Achebe, he came up with that phrase. He has taken enough for the owners to see. So, from the quotations from Chinua Achebe to this, Nigeria's anti-graft agency EFCC investigates Ministry of Justice over alleged fraud, invites 6 workers for questioning. So the circle started the circle starting to encircle essentially, pardon the tautology. So the circle starting to encircle the man from Kebbi State. To this, northern groups. Oh no, let me sequence this so that it actually flows. So this headline precedes the one I was just about to bring you. 2023, any party with northern candidate will lose. Governor Akeredolu doubling down on that narrative of power transiting to the south. So everybody now playing a game of brinksmanship. So this is poker in play now. Whoever blinks first loses. 2023, any party with northern candidate will lose. A headline attributed to Governor Akeredolu. And a quick retort from the north. Northern Group ACF slams Governor Akeredolu, says threats won't get Southern Nigeria 2023 presidency. So whether it is threat or whatever, the power must transit to the south. There's no equivocation on that. There's no give in that space, because if the power is retained with the Fulanis again, then we all have to recalibrate just who we are within the Nigerian state. Are we conquered people then? Is the question that the South has to ask itself next, if power is retained with the Fulanis in 2023. So serve and volley. So Akeredolu serves and the North volleys. Northern Group ACF slams Governor Akeredolu, says threat won't get Southern Nigeria 2023 presidency. So that is the serve and volley going on there. But to this now, a recurring decimal. I actually said 3 million in the headline, closer to 4 million. Ganduje approves destruction of 3.8 million bottles of beers. So there it is right there. The state that singularly gets double more than anybody else from the national coffers just for Ganduje to pocket, as we saw in his Agbada. A lot of that money coming from taxes and value-added taxes on goods, a lot of it. You know how much we consume. Sorry, I've got a speck Maya. So you know how much we consume alcohol in Nigeria. So you can imagine the sort of revenue that generates for the federal coffers that then goes straight into Ganduje's Agbada, as we famously see. But nevertheless, he's not having that industry survive if he can help it. Ganduje approves destruction of 3.8 million bottles of beer. So there it is. So should these people now be exempted from the taxes being collected from that particular industry? Is the question. So now to this now, bombshell, but this headline just speaks to so many things that is wrong with the Nigerian state. Court adjourns appeal to nullify Buhari's 2019 election victory, declare Atiku as president. So, like I said, just so many things wrong with that headline. So the election 2019, so we've had 2019, 2020, 2022. So that's 3 years ago that election took place. The case still in court. Buhari has just over a year left of his regime, but the case is still in court. So if they find in Atiku's favor, then what happens? That presents a constitutional dilemma, doesn't it? Because of course, if they nullify Buhari's administration, so a lot to unpick from what has happened from 2019 till date. But then if they declare Atiku president, he then wants to serve a full mandate. So how does they? So just a lot packed into that headline. Court adjourns appeal to nullify Buhari's 2019 election victory, declare Atiku as president. So quite what that means, we'll explore that. But serve and volley again, and here is the volley. APC, Buhari seeks court dismissal of appeal to swear Atiku in. So serve and volley in that space as well. So plenty to go through. There are just a few more headlines that let me just bring you this headline. I may not bring you the narrative, but I'll bring you the headline anyway. This a human interest somewhat story. Reps blame Nigerian movies for surge in ritual killings, call for national emergency. So there's a lot to discuss within that space. So we may well or we might not even land on that spot. But as I said, plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, and surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. You know it's inevitable. You are going to spend the time with us. So just kick back and get yourself a glass of cocoa, a glass of cocoa, a glass of wine, whatever your picadillos are. So lean back, sit back. But before you sit back or lean back or relax, click on that thumbs up like button because we are pushing aggressively for that to propel the channel up the YouTube algorithm. So as you set about clicking on the thumbs up like button, entertain you now with voices now from the south, from Yoruba land. And here it is. Here it is.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
And there you have it. Herbert Ogunde goes to London. So Herbert Ogunde goes to London. As guys, I bring you this. Nigeria's anti-graft agency EFCC investigates Ministry of Justice over alleged fraud, invites 6 workers for questioning. Nigeria's anti-graft agency Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC on Wednesday invited some staff members of the Finance and Account Department of the Federal Ministry of Justice over diversion of public funds and financial infractions perpetrated by some officials of the ministry. Correspondents gathered that the EFCC wrote to the permanent secretary of the ministry demanding the release of 6 workers to the anti-graft agency for interrogation. The workers are Mrs. Grace Ibrahim, Kingsley Moneke, Ajukiye Solomon, Mohammed Ibrahim, Smart Taire, and Okin Eyo Okin. A letter obtained by correspondents on Wednesday revealed. Meanwhile, correspondents learned that Mohammed Ibrahim is the person to whom the ministry wires money in Naira to convert to dollars. Mohammed Ibrahim is the Bureau de Change BDC guy that the ministry wires money to and converts it to dollars, a top government source told correspondents on Wednesday. They were accused of diverting public funds and financial infractions. Titled Investigation Activities Letter of Invitation, the letter of invitation reads, the Commission is investigating an alleged case of diversion of public funds in which names of the undermentioned staff of your ministry featured. In view of the above, you are requested to kindly inform/release them to report for an interview with undersigned through the head tax fraud section at number 2 Yatta Close off Tinis Street, Wuse Zone 6, Abuja by 10 a.m. On the dates indicated against their names. So it goes on to give the names and the dates. Accept the assurance of the executive chairman's highest regards, please. And the letter, accept the assurances of the executive chairman's highest regards, please. The letter dated February the 7th, 2022, and signed by EFCC's Director of Operations, Abdul Karim Chukul, reads. So there you have it now, the news. Do you see what they are doing? This is because these people are not dumb, or even though they are not clever, but they are not dumb. So what they are doing then is they are warehousing, they are converting the money that they are looting into dollars, because of course the denominations in dollar is reduced in sort of size, because the dollar is what 500 to 1, so the bulk of it won. But then the dollar is also an international currency, so once they ferry it out of the country, open borders into Niger Republic, that is the end of Solomon Grundy. You know that they actually transit money to Caribbean islands and to the Middle East on pallets. Pallets that you use to ferry goods. This is what they do. And they are now using this Bureau de Change guy. How many times have we heard the Bureau de Change narrative, usually linked with Boko Haram? But we do not say that this is all mixed in the same dynamic. Is this not Boko Haram light, essentially what we're talking about? So from that to this, 2023, any party with northern candidate will lose, Akeredolu asserts. Chairman of the Southern Governors Forum and Ondo State Governor Arakunrin Oluwarotimi Akeredolu SAN on Tuesday, February the 8th, warned that any party that fields a northern candidate in the 2023 presidential election will lose. Akeredolu disclosed that governors in the southern part of the country, under the aegis of the Southern Governors Forum, are determined to ensure that the next president comes from the south. Akeredolu, the governor, spoke in his office during a courtesy visit by members of a group, Power Rotation Movement, led by the chairman, Dr. Koju Bitrus, who also doubles as chairman, Middle Belt Forum. Other members of the group include, and then it goes on to give us a list of names, Governor Akeredolu, who said those pushing against power rotation in the country are tinkering with the existence of Nigeria, added that he believes in one fair and equitable, Nigeria. He commended the group for its approach by involving youth in galvanizing support and votes ahead of the 2023 election. Governor Akeredolu said, in about 2 or 3 meetings, we have come out and declared that the power must move to the south. Only a party that is determined to lose will field a northern candidate. You are now a movement of members of political parties coming together. What we stand for is fair and equitable power rotation. The only thing fair is that after 8 years in the north, it should come to the south. Some of us believe in one Nigeria that is fair and equitable. We have a reason for it, and it can be defended. Some people have argued that the presidency should be based on competence. Are they saying there are no competent ones in the South? My brother governors from the South, all of us are determined. Whoever we pick, for as long as it is the South, we will support him. We are saying the president must come from the South. There are people who merit it in the South South, Southeast, and Southwest. I also support your approach. If you are able to mobilize the youth and do not allow the election to be rigged, then we will win. You should also get our women to support us. So they double down now on that power transiting to the south. So that's a game of brinksmanship that is going on now within the political space. Whoever blinks first, as I said, loses. And it looks as though the North eyes wide open. Northern Group, ACF, slams Akeredolu, says threats won't get Southern Nigeria 2023 presidency. The Arewa Consultative Forum ACF on Wednesday condemned in strong terms a statement credited to Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu SAN that any political party that fields a northern candidate in the 2023 presidential election will lose. During a courtesy visit to the governor by members of the power rotation movement, led by its chairman Pogu Bitrus, Akeredolu said Southern governors are determined to ensure that the next president of the country comes from the region. There are 17 states in the south, whilst the north has 19, making 36. Reacting to Akeredolu's statement on Wednesday, the ACF, through its National Publicity Secretary Emmanuel Yahweh, said the governor should stop issuing threats. According to the ACF, threats will not give the southern region the presidency in 2023, noting that Akeredolu should know better as a senior lawyer, he said. As a very senior lawyer, Governor Akeredolu should know the provisions of the Constitution. It is therefore not possible for a group of states to come together and say we must produce the president. Anybody eyeing that seat must anybody eyeing that seat must traverse. So anybody eyeing that street, I'm now stuck on that word. Anybody eyeing that seat must traverse the country, north and south, to meet the demands of the Constitution, the statement reads. So that's another salve and volley right there. Ganduje approves destruction of 3.8 million bottles of beer. The governor Abdullahi Ganduje-led Kano State government approved the destruction. The governor Abdullahi Ganduje-led Kano State. Let me take a swig of water. I'm starting to be perched. Apologies for my bushman approach to swigging water from a plastic or something, by the way. But then, of course, I am an Oyo man. The governor Abdullahi Ganduje-led Kano government approved the destruction of over 3.8 million bottles of assorted beer, said the state Hishba board commandant Harun Ibn Sani. The religious police boss said the alcoholic drinks were confiscated in the last few months. He said the state government approved the destruction of the intoxicants, hence the conduct of the exercise. This paved the way for the board to secure a court order from Chief Magistrates Court, Kano, to damage all the seized beer in its custody. Mr. Ibn Sani said at the destruction site at Tadun, whatever, Tofa local government area on Wednesday. Mr. Ibn Sani explained that the board is winning the fight against drug abuse, intoxicants, and other societal vices. The sale, consumption, and possession of alcoholic substances are prohibited in the state, Mr. Ibn Sani added. He commended the state government for the dedication towards mitigating societal problems and ensuring that Kano competes with it's just a ridiculousness. But listen to just the last half of this paragraph. He commended the state government for the dedication towards mitigating social problems and ensuring that Kano competes with others globally. So how is destroying beer competing globally? I'm not aware that that is a global practice, but then of course the world ends begins from the borders of Kano, according to these barbarians from that space. In the same vein, Mr. Ganduje has reiterated the state government's commitment to the welfare of the board's personnel. The governor was represented at the event by The governor was represented at the event by the member representing Al Basu local government in the State House of Assembly and chairman House Committee on Religious Affairs Sunusi Usman Bataya. Mr. Ganduje said that Kano is one of the most peaceful states due to the tireless efforts of the state government and other relevant stakeholders. The governor urged the general public to support the government's efforts at inculcating good moral values in their children to maintain a crime-free society. Kano is the first state to establish Kano is the first state to establish a ministry for religious affairs in the country, which has gone a long way in promoting peaceful coexistence. So Kano is almost like a mono-religious space. I'm not aware that there are any Christians. I'm sure there would be, but any religious ministry is not geared towards anything called a Christian, never mind native practice. So it's essentially a ministry for their Islamic faith. This is essentially what it is. And what enforces that ministry, which is the Hishba, predicates on the Sharia system. So it's a ministry for Islamic practices. So essentially an Islamic state nested within the Nigerian greater country. Kano is the first state to establish a ministry for religious affairs in the country, which has gone a long way in promoting peaceful coexistence. Hishba personnel should maintain the temple as miscreants had devised new tactics of smuggling beers and hard drugs into the state. Mr. Ganduje said. So beers and hard drugs. So I don't know just the parallel between the two, you know. So now to the big story. Our court adjourns appeal to nullify Buhari's 2019 victory, declare Atiku president. An appeal to nullify President Mohammed and an appeal to nullify President Mohammed Buhari's victory in the 2019 election was on Wednesday adjourned by the Court of Appeal in Abuja to May the 18th, 2022. So let's just pause there for a moment. So May the 18th, 2022. So what's May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February. So they're hearing that case now to nullify an election that took place 3 years ago, 9 months before the next election. And this is the Court of Appeal, by the way. So there's still one appellate process left. And that is what portends to be a judicial system within the Nigerian state. So an appeal to nullify President Mohammed Buhari's victory in the 2019 election was on an appeal to nullify President Mohammed Buhari's victory in the 2019 election was on Wednesday adjourned by the Court of Appeal in Abuja to May the 18th, 2022. Recall that the incorporated trustees of the Civil Society Observatory for Constitutional and Legal Compliance had filed the appeal against the Buhari government, seeking the sacking of the incumbent and installation of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who came second in the 2019 election as the President of Nigeria. According to the organization, the affidavit was made. According to the organization, the affidavit made by Buhari in the 2019 general election was false, but the three-member panel presided over by Justice Haruna Samani during the hearing on Wednesday adjourned the appeal to enable Buhari's administration to reconcile, sort out an issue regarding the right legal representation for the president. This was after two lawyers, Oluwole Afolabi and F.O. Amedu, announced appearances for both the All Progressive Congress APC and Buhari, each claiming to be the genuine legal representative. Due to the confusion, the court therefore adjourned the case till May the 18th, 2022. So kick the can down the road, essentially. APC, Buhari seek court dismissal of appeal to swear in Atiku. The All Progressive Congress APC and President Muhammad Buhari have asked the Court of Appeal in Abuja to dismiss the appeal seeking to nullify his election and swear in Abubakar Atiku as president. The incorporated trustees of the Civil Society Observatory for Constitutional and Legal Compliance filed the appeal over its contention that the affidavit made by the president in 2019 general election was false. The APC and President Buhari's submission is contained in their respondent brief of the argument filed on January the 31st, 2022, challenging the appeal by the CSO. The CSO, through its counsel, Nandi Ahiwi Esquire, filed the appellant's brief contending that the affidavit made by President Buhari on November the 24th, 2014 at the FCT High Court that all his academic qualification documents as filed in his presidential form are currently with the Secretary Military Board as at the time of the affidavit is false. The CSO is also contending that the CSO is also contending that there was no organ, institution, agency, department, or authority known as and called the Military Board existing in the Federal Republic of Nigeria as at the 24th day of November 2014, when the third defendant, President Buhari, deposed to an affidavit sworn at the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. It added that in the event of its release succeeds, the appellate court should grant a consequential order nullifying the election, withdrawing the certificate of return to office of the president, and direct the first defendant/respondent INEC to issue a new certificate of return in respect of the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), being the candidate who came second in the 2019 general election to the office of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In their reply, APC and Buhari submitted that the inability of the CSO to prove its allegation beyond reasonable grounds at the High Court, being criminal, with subpoenas of the Secretary of the military board to produce the certificate was fatal to their case. They stated that the Supreme Court had resolved the subject matter of the appeal in Atiku Abubakar and another versus INEC and others, maintaining that under the doctrine of Steris decisis, the appellate court must stand by the earlier decision of the apex court. Meanwhile, at the resumed hearing on Wednesday, two lawyers, so we done that. So that was why it was adjourned. So that's that one. Okay, let me land on this final story and then I'll come into the room to see who's there to take it on. Representatives blame Nigerian movies for surge in ritual killings, call for national emergency. The House of Representatives on Wednesday declared a national emergency following the rise in cases of ritual killings across Nigeria. It also urged the National Orientation Agency stakeholders and the media to initiate a campaign towards changing the situation in the country. This followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance by Toby Okechukwu, the deputy minority leader at the plenary in Abuja. Presenting the motion, Mr. Okechukwu said the incidence of ritual killings had assumed an alarming rate in Nigeria, whilst decrying the upsurge of reported ritual killings and abductions in different parts of the country. He also attributed the increase in ritual killings to home movies in Nigeria, arguing that the younger generations may see ritual killing as a norm. Ritual killing has become a predominant theme in most homemade movies, which, if not checked, our younger generation may begin to view it as an acceptable norm, he said. Mr. Okechukwu added that in most cases, the culprits also, I'm not going to use that word, maim and kill and cut out sensitive parts of the body of unsuspecting victims for rituals, citing the killing of Oniogbon Umeron in Akwa Ibom and the recent incident of a 21-year-old Sofiat Kende who was killed and had her head burnt in a local port in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The lawmaker said the news triggered condemnation considering the age of the suspected killers. The House thereafter charged the Inspector General of Police to take urgent steps towards tackling ritual killings in Nigeria. The lower chamber also tasked the Executive Director of National Film and Video Censors Board to rise to the mandate of the agency as the clearinghouse for all movies produced in the country. So they are blaming a lot of these ritual killings on Nollywood movies, etc. Is there any veracity to that? Thomas, I see you, and Anthony, I see you. So Thomas, to that, so what are you then making then of that last storyline that Nollywood, somewhat, if not a lot, responsible for all this spate of ritual killings now that we're hearing at such an alarming.
Good day, one man. Good day, everyone. One man, it's really part of it. We can't rule it out. We can't rule it out because when you put on your TV in Yoruba settings, in Igbo settings, everything is always ritual, making money, making it add to it, one man. And all these young guys, all these young boys that they don't really even want to work, and they saw all these things online, on even on Facebook, because the four guy that was arrested of the killing of Sophia, the lady that they cut off is this thing. They confessed that what propelled them That is what they saw, a post, a Facebook profile saying how to make money, this Oshole or something online, and they don't even consult any babalawo at all. You can imagine, woman, they didn't consult any herbalist. They saw this post, this profile on Facebook, that if you want to be rich, this Oshole, and they follow the procedure on Facebook, and they went to kidnap this lady, cut off his this thing, then try to burn it to make this ritual. One man, it is not babalawo that told them to go and do this.
You know, I find a lot of this Nollywood movies, especially the Yoruba ones, and somewhat even a lot of, in fact, the whole industry. I have to say, I don't know what goes on in the north, but
All
especially
industry.
it's like a mono themed sort of space. It's usually some babalawo doing some magical powers to change destiny and faith, and then voodoo money, and then they say they will go into. Remember when Tonto Dike was fighting with her husband, Churchill, and he
Churchill.
was he was saying he sits on a mat surrounding himself with candles. So this is a narrative that has permeated the Nigerian society, and the people who consume a lot of this content are young people, and you know how susceptible they are to being led and manipulated to the point that people are now going on Facebook looking for voodoo money. So this is it. I think that House of Representative person, and I think the Nollywood industry should be held to account. The standard has to go up. It is just every single movie is Babalawo.
It is the one man is every Yoruba movie, Igbo movie. I know our not counterparts. I don't think they are much into all this movie. But if Yoruba movie, Igbo movie is all about ritual. Babalawo, somebody killing, somebody stealing money, somebody gang up and go and there is nothing you can see that pass good morals to our younger ones. And these are the younger ones. They are the most people watching this movie, watching this. One man, you can imagine people go on Facebook to get rich. They don't even go on Babalawo any. And this Facebook, one man, they said almost 27,000 people following this page. This guy went to.
You know, should whoever is responsible for that Facebook page should he be arrested alongside those teenagers?
They don't know. They don't know. But if people did not call make a petition to Facebook to pull down that page, the page is still there, one man. The page is there. Almost 27,000 people following that page. Do you want to tell me that some people on that page has not done the same thing? It's because these people were caught. That is where all these things get open. If they were not caught, nobody will know. Nobody will know that this guy that went on Facebook, and this House of Representative, what God will bless him for that, because it adds so much. One man, it caught me somewhat. People don't go to Babalawo now. They are going on Facebook. This guy, they didn't contact anybody. They just went on Facebook. It woman is uncalled for.
No, it's quite alarming, and it has to be addressed frontally, especially with the Nollywood space. There has to be Nigeria is so rich in folklore and stories and culture, so there has to be more themes within this space. We say we are creative. It cannot be just this mono theme. Go on YouTube and type in Yoruba movies, and the first 10 that you see is ritual money, ritual money, ritual money. You know, somebody that was in the gutter yesterday suddenly comes into some money, and at the end of the day, they see somebody with a calabash on their head.
on their head.
It's just the same story all the way through. So they have to be confronted on that. But let me move you from there to another talking point. Let me take you to the north now. And Ganduje, he's approved the destruction of nearly 4 million bottles of beers. So if you think a bottle of beer goes for on average 5 to 700 naira, I'm imagining that will be the price. So let's say it's about $1 and a bit. Let's say it's $2, so about £1,000, $1,000, 1,000 naira. So imagine just the amount of money, 4 million bottles of beer. That is somebody's investment, by the way. So the ruination of quite a few people in that. And Ganude is telling us that he's protecting the moral rectitude of society and he's protecting the religious well-being. But how is that acceptable in a country that is secular one? And how is is Ganduje of all people the champion now, the arbiter of right and wrong, and the champion of morality? This same guy that we saw pocketing dollars. So to all of that, Hishbar in the north.
One man, that is where some people some people in south, they are talking about this not they found it, they found and find it annoyed that why they talking about not every time not. Why will people not talk about not? This same beer selling in the southwest, the revenue being collected, the VAT being collected by the same federal government is being shared at the whole 36 states of the country. This same revenue collect in the south being shared to this same northerner. Even some of the northerner states, they collect revenue more than the southerner. And they are destroying beer. And Nigerians in the south, they are selling beer. One man, if they are selling beer is it's matter of choice. I don't drink.
Do you think they should ring fence the VAT for alcohol and exclude the north from it, and especially states that are following like a Sharia template and are saying they don't want alcohol, because there's just a hypocrisy there. If your religion forbids you alcohol, then your religion must forbid also the
To
proceeds of
collect money
alcohol. So your religion is offended by alcohol, but it's not offended by the money coming from it. What level
from
of people?
alcohol.
What sort of
That's,
nonsensical,
you are right.
idiotic foolishness is that?
That is hypocrite. You can collect the money.
No, that one is okay. Sharia doesn't object to the money from the
No,
alcohol, but it is the beer
Sharia doesn't object collecting money from the money made by beer in the south. You can collect the money, but same you are destroying beer. Beer is a matter of choice. I don't drink. I've never tasted alcohol. I don't criticize people drinking it. It's a matter of choice. You choose to drink, so be it. But you are destroying beer in the north. But when they sell the same beer in the south, you collect the same money, and you are not rejecting the same money in the north. Is that not double standard? Is that not hypocrite? So and the same this man Ganduje that we saw on video collecting dollar, putting in Agbada. They had the same Buhari. He said he don't know where the video come from. That the video was doctored.
Yeah, it's a
Photoshop.
Unbelievable. We are living outside of this planet. We are in Nigeria. We are living on a completely different planet. It's almost unbelievable. Some of these things. It's frightening. Just scary stuff. We see somebody pocketing dollars. There's no two Ganduje, so the way he looks, that peculiar face. We saw him frontally. The journalist that captured this stood by it. He says, take me to court. And you, the president, you are telling us it's Photoshop.
It's Photoshop, one man.
It's scary stuff, scary.
And if it is a southerner governor that was still on that video, EFCC will be on his door the next day. So if our people in the
Do you
southwest,
think we are running an apartheid system in Nigeria?
one man, that is it. Is appetite. It is because if it is a southern governor in PDP, now the man will be in the at the door of
They would have declared for Buhari.
IPCP. Yes, they will have nailed him, or she, they will have nailed him. And we saw that video. They asked Buhari, the president of a nation of 250
And, and,
million
and,
people,
and it's this same guy that is now the epitome of morality,
of morality
to
now.
protecting the moral rectitude of society and telling us that beer is immoral. Beer is immoral, but pocketing dollars is not. That one okay,
That is not
we're in
woman.
trouble, man.
We are in trouble. Sometimes the people say here that Nigeria is finished. We normally said, "Oh no, don't let us say that." We are finished country. It's all God should just God. You just I don't know how, but we call God every time. God will not come down to change something. We have to change ourselves. The same Ganduje now telling us drinking beer is a sin, but the same Ganduje, we saw him on video, and the same Buhari can tell us that he doesn't know where that video come from. The video was doctored, and if it is a southern governor, the EFCC and ICPC will be on his door the second day. It's just double standard that you really say. If they can collect money from beer, they are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. They should get money from beer, from the south. One man, let's go to the next topic.
All right. You say Nigeria about to come to an end, but if Nigeria doesn't come to an end anytime soon, then the Akeredolu will have it be the case that the president must come from the south. So this was a position taken by the 17 governors of the south, and we've not really heard enough from that position that was taken a few months ago. But Akeredolu now uses the opportunity of a visit by some functionaries to reassert that space that power must transit to the south. So they doubled down on that, and Awike is threatening an announcement to come. So if they stick with that power transiting to the south, but PDP hands its presidential ticket to the north, do you think this is a tenable strategy? What do you think is playing out? And to that space above and beyond tenable strategy, power transiting to the south, it is something that must happen because otherwise we cannot think. What do you think then of Akeredolu's assertion?
One man, the man is right. If Nigerians, any party that bring anybody rather from the south, it will not fly. It may fly in the north, but it will not fly in the south. It will not fly in the south. So if any party want to fly come 2023, their candidate must come from the south, even from the southeast, from the southeast.
No, you were
But
doing
is the
so well.
southeast?
What do you mean, even from the southeast? It doesn't have to be from the southeast now. Just be
I'm
simple.
just that is my opinion. If it can come from the southeast, but if southeast ready, I don't think so. But for me, it should come from the south. Buhari have spent 8 months, 8 years rather. So why will the presidency go to the north again? No. To me, it doesn't make sense. So that means, do you want another president from the north? No. And now we have divided Nigeria into two. Is south against north? Is the north against south? So if Akerodolu is saying that, it is very right. The next president should come from the south. I don't know how they want to do it. If PDP want to fly Atiku again, it's not going to fly. They may vote for him from the north, but any southerner will not vote for another northerner president. Any party that want to fly, that want to make a good president candidate come 2023, their candidate has to come from the south. He has to be from the south. And I would like to be from the southeast, because I think in the north, southeast should be fighting for the seat, which we speak many times here. The presidency will not come at the platter of gold. You have to fight for it. You have to earn it. You have to come out boldly to say we are ready. We too are ready. Tinubu is pushing himself now. He's ready. More people should come from the southeast as well. Throw your heart into the ring to show people that you are ready. If you said you are ready, Yoruba will say ọmọ tó bá ṣípá.
If the power is retained in the north, then there's no language, no flowery language that we can use to quote the fact that we in the South are a conquered people. Because we have said categorically and severally now, and in unison, when the South spoke, all the governors were lined up, all 17 of them, and they spoke with one voice that the power must come back to the South. So if it's retained in the North, there is no language that we can use to walk back from that position to explain why we are not a conquered people.
One man, you're right, 100%, 110%. If the north, if the power go back to the north, we are in those every southerner, all states in the southerner, we are conquered, which I don't think we can never be conquered. To me,
Well, what are you talking about? We are already conquered.
no,
You know we're in a fight for freedom. What do you think is going on? It's a fight for freedom now. Read
yes,
on
you are right.
Nigeria.
But one man, it will not fly. It will not fly. If the power go back to the north,
We're all Erumalas.
yes,
Erumala,
Eru
yeah.
Aboki. Yeah, so
Uh,
if the power go back to the north, we are conquered, as you rightly said. But I don't think the southern can never be conquered come 2023.
okay.
Any party, PDP, they should be listening now. They should vote. They should vote for their primary southerner. APC, they should vote for southerner. Any party coming out, they should vote for that southerner to be their candidate. Any northerner candidate will not fly come 23, come 2023, because I could not see any reasonable people we said the power should go back to the north. In
Okay.
what sense? No, 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 it won't be acceptable. We in southerner, we will not accept that, one man.
All right, thank you. So let me invite the people to thumb up the streams, please. There are about 80 people approximately watching. Thank you, but only 20 people thumbed up. We've already explained that if you thumb up, that propels the channel, and it doesn't actually cost you anything. So if you just click on that button as we carry on, but you are saying power should transit to the south. But Thomas, but power necessarily might not be going anywhere. There's still a case going on in court with Atiku, not Atiku directly, but an organization just seeking for due process and whatnot, challenging Buhari's affidavit where he said that his details were with the secretary, with the military board, and there's no such thing as the military board, and the military came out to say that they don't have its credentials. So he swore a false affidavit in 2014 to as part of his form with INEC. So that's been established. So if you use a false document to obtain a position, then that position is immediately nullified. This is what they are seeking in court, and the Court of Appeal kicking the can down the road for Buhari to complete his tenure. But if on the eve of Buhari completing his tenure, they now find that indeed he was illegally occupying that space, and they withdraw his return certificate to issue it to Atiku. Atiku going to insist on serving his full term as a president, and thus a constitutional crisis. What are you making, Thomas, of this case going on in court?
One man, that one with that thing will not fly. They are just joking. They will find every means. They will find every means to extend and extend and extend this tenure so that Buhari, the Bubu, can finish his tenure. Rightly, if we are in a country that rule of law is being good and is being carried out, Buhari should be impeached now. Because if you attain a position, if you have a certificate, you attain a position, and your certificate is faulty or is being fraudulent, that position can be taken from you automatically with immediate effect. But it's not being played out here. Because if it's being played out here, Buhari should be taken out of office. If military can come out that the certificate they don't have it, Buhari swore a fake affidavit, so what is it still doing in the office? But they will kick the can, as you rightly said, they will kick it, kick it, kick it to the end of the tenure. Nobody will impeach Buhari if we are just deceiving ourselves, because all the judiciary is is under Buhari. Buhari will tell them what to do. Woman, if you are a nation that is working, Buhari should be kicking out by now. What is he still doing there? Because he's having fake affidavit. Even the man couldn't even bring out his certificate. What are we doing? Woman, I think right time now we should
It's a simple matter of law. They say there's no that law is always in a gray area, but this is a simple matter of black and white. If it's and they are saying that the Supreme Court had already judged on this. The Supreme Court did not judge on this specificity. This specific angle that this organization is coming at it from. What the Supreme Court judged on was the rigged election. But what this organization is challenging is the affidavit, which categorically was false. There is no organization called the military board, never mind a secretary of it. And the military said they are not holding his credentials. So that affidavit is false. So if that affidavit is false, then that nullifies, that negates his application form as far back as 2015. So his name really should be expunged from the Nigerian annals of history as president from 2015 till date, because he's used a falsehood, a fraud, to become the president.
Yes, you are 100% right. 100% right. It should be nullified. Even all the salary he has collected from 2015 should be taken back from him.
And Oshibanjo, because
And Oshibado, everybody on that ticket, both of them, it should be. But one man, we know now, we know our country now, or we know nothing will happen.
I wonder if this was the meeting that Mia Malabuni was having with Atiku, that don't worry, we will give it to you in 2019.
Yes, nothing will happen. One man, I'm suggesting now, even can't we even upgrade the qualification of who will lead us?
That's already in parliament. That's already with the assembly. They are looking to upgrade it. One, you need
It's
a
very
minimum.
ridiculous.
How can you say a school cert holder should be
School
governing
card
Nigeria?
holder.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And even somebody that is not able to produce it is governing the country still. But yeah, I mean, you have to have a minimum of an OND. Something
Even
substantial
if even
standard. Yeah.
small, woman, HND, at least HND holder, at least he can still stand side to side to a degree holder. One man, school sats. What the school sats, which brain the school sats have, one man, to lead a country of
They won't even accept you
250 million.
at a mechanic apprentice shop with a school cert, because they are
School
even.
sats.
It's just a ridiculousness, isn't it?
It's very ridiculous, woman. When I heard that, I said, a school sat to lead a whole nation, even island, all those islands that we mentioned 2 days ago, even school sat should not be leading 20,000 people. What brain is a school sat holder has to lead a whole nation called
No,
Nigeria?
no, no, no. By the way, that's not indicative of having a brain. No, It's just a certificate.
But one
So
man,
you don't need a brain for a school. You don't even need a brain for a degree. You just
I
cram.
understand you.
You cram
But
and you regurgitate. Yeah.
yeah, but let's set a standard. It beats a big standard. Beat HND older. It should be passed even before this coming election. You should what are the senators doing? They should be passing this law before even next election, because it's very ridiculous a school sat holder vowing for a president of the nation. So one man, if we were in a good nation, Buhari should be impeached now. But do we have senate that can impeach Buhari? No. All this senate, they are stamp rubber. Senate, they are just there. They will propel Buhari, push him to 2023. That is my submission on one man.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, finally, let me take you to the space. EFCC goes after Malami somewhat, circling round his account department. Do you think this is just for the cameras? We've been called, I mean, just all of the plethora of corruption allegations against this guy. But then, of course, Ibrahim Bawa, his own home state, rumored to be his relative, and the EFCC even under Ministry of Justice. So is this just really for the newspaper headlines and nothing more? EFCC goes after the Luther Malami, Thomas.
One man. You rightly said it. Is this the first allegation concerning Malami? No. We've talked about a couple of them in this in this section, in this platform. Has he been invited? No. Has he been prosecuted? No. Has he been questioned? No. One man. It's just for newspaper. Malami is one of the strongest man in that nation. Malami is one of them. Buhari can't do away with Buhari cannot run without Malami. They run hand in hand. So there's nothing will happen to Malami. Malami will finish this tenure with Buhari. Nobody can nail him for any. He could be nailed after 2023, but before 2023, there is nothing will happen to him. We spoke many times of his doings about money, corruption every time. Has he been invited? Has he been questioned? Has he been jailed? Has he been questioned? Has he been invited? No. Malami is the strongest man in that nation. Malami is stronger than Osinbajo. Malami is stronger than Osinbajo, even the vice president of the nation. Malami is stronger than Osinbajo, because as Malami, he makes some move himself that even the vice president cannot take, cannot do, cannot move. And one man, all the what you brought yesterday topic, it was very nice topic. I would like you to, maybe I don't know, maybe you want to bring it back later, but I think you brought this one because this is the latest news going on. But all this topic yesterday is a very good topic, but I don't know, maybe you will bring it some.
Yeah,
But
then we'll be here forever, even though they're
no,
not.
no, no, I'm just saying that because it's a good topic. I
Which
love
one,
all the.
which one particularly interested you the most?
Can I remember?
You say you don't remember it. Yeah, look at this guy.
I don't even remember anymore. But yesterday I
Now,
was.
your daddy with that.
Look at he's a real your man. You see. Now I know you are no your man with your conic ways, Thomas.
Yes, we are connected together now. You are from Oyo too, one
Don't
man.
worry.
You are from Alafin.
No, I'm from the upper side.
You are from Proper Star now.
I'm only joking.
Yeah, I
Yes,
know, I know.
if you remember any of them, then just feel free to. But Thomas, let me go on to Tony as we continue to progress the conversation. And Tony, let me take you to the space in the north. Obviously, I don't have to ask you to be mindful of language because I think we've had that conversation enough. So, being mindful of language, the space, Ganduje smashing up 3.8 million bottles of beers. So just the investment, because whatever the price, even if it's 500 naira per bottle, that is a small fortune just at cost value. Never mind the retail profit on it. So all of that's destroyed because he says he wants a puritanical society in his own home state. So this Puritan now we saw pocketing dollars, and he, of course, his religion does not extend to collecting monies from the proceeds of beer. So what are you making then of the hypocrisy or not, however you choose to see it, of these Hishba moves in Kano?
Yeah, I think they are giving, so they are giving us, or they are giving more reason, or they are giving you people, more reason that I should be fighting for this Southern Nigeria nation without a Sharia system, without an alien system. I try to mind my language. That this is what we're talking about. I think Thomas have already analyzed it, in some way, and then I also
Tony.
brought to his idea. Yes.
Tony.
Thomas.
No, this is Ajanleko. How are you?
Oh, Ajaniko, okay, they don't go to our way. Good evening, sir.
Are you? I'm out of town. I'm driving. I'm trying to pass it very quick before my phone will run dead.
Okay, right on.
Can you let me go and you'll come? Since you're gonna be there for a while.
No problem, sir. Huh? Okay. Right on, sir.
All right, good to have you, Ajanleko. So to that question that I put to Tony, the hypocrisy, 3.8 million, but I cannot get past the money, because they are casually breaking up these bottles, chest beating and showing off, but somebody is in tears somewhere feeling suicidal, just the level of investment. And like I said, this does not stop them from going to Abuja to collect a huge chunk of the VAT from these bottles of beer. So what are you making then of this now Sharia system that they have in the north, especially Kano?
Is high level of hypocrisy there. That action is an high level of hypocrisy. This is a state that collect VAT. The revenue from VAT that is shared among all the states of the federation. Cannot take from that wealth distribution as well. So why can't he?
Does Sharia not forbid
why can't
that?
He?
Does Sharia not forbid the proceeds of? Because he says Sharia forbids alcohol.
Why can't he show a sense of maturity in handling this matter? They have already seized all those beers and all those alcohol. They could easily give it back to those people and tell them, we don't want it in Kano. This is how much this thing value. This is our value. This is the tax we are going to take from it. And then you can take it away from here. You understand? Give them the option of taking their beer and take it out of the state, or take it to the designated area in that state. Maybe it's the Southern Kano, I don't know. There's this area where the Southerner are an area in Kano that is predominantly Southern.
They are the majority, yes.
Sabogari.
Yeah. Where the infidels are.
Where the infidels are. You can give it back to these people. We don't want you to operate. You can operate it here, but this is the tax. Pay the tax. Use that tax to develop the state. Use it to build road. Use it to pay. Give education or do some things that will make impact in the life of the people in that state. But Islam said that you should not do any business that has to do with alcohol. You should not take any proceeds from it. You should not participate in alcohol business or whatsoever. Yeah, we understand that. But this is a secular state where the taxes on beer and alcohol is shared among state of the federation, and you take from that tax too. You take from that distribution. You don't reject it that, oh, any proceed that come from beer, we don't want to take it. Give us from what? If it's from oil, give us only from oil. Anything, any distribution of wealth from beer, we don't
alcohol,
want it.
yes.
Or from alcohol or beer, we don't want it. But you are taking that, now you are trying to destroy. It doesn't make sense. It just show that, we have leaders in that country that are highly hypocritical, and, they can't use their senses, their good sense of judgment in doing the right thing, in handling situation and doing in running of the governance of the state. It's just a high level of stupidity and hypocrisy. So it's I don't know. This is who some of these
you
leaders
know
are.
it scrambles the brain. The brain cannot compute it, because you cannot. Okay, if it was a principled stance, then you have to respect the principle. But the principle cannot be to destroy the alcohol but keep the money. You know what? That's just fraud, isn't it? That's just being
Yeah,
funny. You know,
yeah.
the principle says destroy the alcohol but keep the money coming from it. What sort of who is fooling
Well,
who? What is that
who is fooling
nonsense?
who?
Yeah.
Who is fooling who? They are just playing politics, and this is what they do. They use religion to manipulate the people. That Ganduje there, he might be drinking beer, he might be drinking alcohol behind
That one.
behind.
Look at his eyes now. That's an Igbo smoker now.
He might be
You
drinking
are right,
alcohol behind the
Ajay.
door. Eh?
You are right. That man is drinking beer in his closet.
How do you
He
know
might be,
that? How do you know that? You don't know
One
that.
man. Don't let us deceive ourselves. They do.
No, you say you think. You can't say categorically.
Yes, I think.
Because,
I think yes.
the head of the task force that is arresting people, he might be an alcoholic in the night when he gets up.
I suspect that guy will destroy maybe 30% and then arrange to
I
sell
go
the
and
rest.
say,
These are just gangsters now. It's just gangsterism.
it doesn't make sense. And if we are in a nation where we have a leader that the president that is really in tune with what is going on in the country, he should have waited. He should have talked to Ganduje. Hey, don't do this. This is millions of dollars. I mean, this is millions of naira. Don't destroy money. This is money. Agree, it is alcohol. Why don't you try and give it to these people? You should have intervened in some kind of way. You should have talked to them. Well, in the practice practice of Sharia or effect of Sharia law, I mean, just temper justice with mercy. Sometimes, don't destroy valuable product. This is a valuable product. This is a product that is allowed by the constitution of the country. It is not a contraband product. These are products that are made in Nigeria for Nigerian people consumption. But you saying
I wonder why that has not been
allowed by your religion.
No, I was just going to say, I wonder why that has
What
not
did you
been
say, one
challenged.
man?
No, I was just going to say, I wonder why that has not been challenged in law. These destructions of people's businesses. Why has that not been challenged in law?
I don't understand. These people, if they have grouped together and have a group of attorney to challenge these unconstitutional measures that have been effected by this Kano state government, they should have prevented them. I mean, the court should have issued some kind of injunction against the destruction of their property, and they should have, seek some kind of regrets at the law court. But I don't know. I don't know why those people allow it. If they have, group come together and said, well, let's fight this thing legally, because it's against.
I agree with you. It's something they must do. So that let us then know which holds supremacy in Nigeria, the Nigerian constitution or the Sharia system, because we have to know now. We cannot have a two-tier system.
Yes.
These
are made in Nigerian product. These are made in Nigerian product. And you are destroying them. These are beer made in Nigerian product. Yeah. These are products made for Nigerians to consume. And you're making the law that they cannot consume it in your own part of the country. It is senseless. I'm not saying that, okay, they shouldn't practice their Sharia. Yeah, practice your Sharia. But when your Sharia tramples on the right of others that does not believe in your religion, that is totally unacceptable. And some people should stand up and fight for this for this people that are running their legal businesses. You look at the hypocrisy here. One man, I believe those people register their business with the Kano state government. I believe they register their business with Kano state government.
Yes.
And you are taking taxes from them.
And they are paying levies, so for the rent of the shops,
and they are paying levies.
For their business premises, they are paying business rates, everything.
They are paying everything. But you are coming after them just to show off, just to show political for political expediency, just to show all this nonsense that we are men of God, we are holy people, we are people of God, and you manipulate people, and you have to destroy the trade and businesses of other people that does not that you see as doing what is in contrary to your religion. I mean, it's just sad. I wish we can have people that can fight for those people. This kind of insanity should not continue in that country.
All right, thank you.
I was even suggesting, why can't they export this beer back to the south? Compel them.
What do you mean export? What do you mean export? It's not a foreign country. You mean
I'm just using that. No, I'm just using that.
Yeah, that was where it started from. Sorry, sir.
Why can't they take it back to the south?
Thomas, that was where Atiku started from. That they should give it back to this
Let me finish.
And try to take it from the state, not to kill the time. Atiku said that they should take it back.
Let me finish my word, my brother.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Why can't they tell them, we give you 7 days ultimatum, take your beer out of our state? And if they didn't do that, now you can do what you want to do, because they can still sell this 4 million beer in the south and still get their money.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Adale Koko, let me move you to another space, but a disturbing space. Is ritual voodoo money we're talking about is a topic that we've touched on this platform a lot, at least. Well, we've touched on it in the past. But now, this seems to be grabbing the head. When I'm going through the stories to pick out, just countless narratives of voodoo money, just what people are doing to other people. A boyfriend invites girlfriend to his house and then does whatever, takes part of her body to go and hand to Baba, according to what they saw on Nollywood movies. So the House of Rep now tackling that space that is just getting out of hand. What are you making of this now thing that is sweeping up just the entirety of the Nigerian space, especially in the South. Voodoo money, ritual money, Ajale Koko, and Nollywood's part of it, all of that.
Leaders in that society have to do something about this problem. It's becoming a problem that is I don't know what to say, but the leaders in that country supposed to stand up and start doing something about it. The Nollywood, to me, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Nollywood is, I mean, they act in Nollywood like they don't have rules of engagement. They don't have any.
I was surprised to read that this movie is passed through a board for approval. I wonder who is approving all these movies. Every single movie is just some calabash that is pouring out money from blood. Hold on, Thomas. So some calabash that is pouring out some blood.
So the running of our movie industry should be guided by some sort of policy, some kind of regulation, so that this kind of movie of ritual movie cannot be out there in the society, because the fact that they act this movie very often and most of the time, it's and our country being a country that is full of unemployment.
Desperados.
Yeah. So people are desperate. People are looking at this thing, and the young people, they don't think twice sometimes. What they see is what they want to act. They want to act upon, and that's why we see most of them taking to this ritual money, voodoo money, and some of them have seen some of their friends that are successful in this voodoo money, and they see it as an easy way to make fast money, and that is why they are jumping into it. So that is why I said earlier, if the government doesn't, do something about it by calling on this movie industry, tell them to stop acting this kind of movie, it's going to get worse than this. It's becoming very rampant, and the more we, our nation go down in economic mess, this kind of situation will not stop. But government have to come into action and stop the movie industry, put in place some regulation for them, let them know their do's and don'ts, so that any movie that will show some high level of immorality, or show some kind of a norm, immorality and norm of what we are not, should be stopped. So it's something has to be done. I don't.
It's just the lack of imagination in that industry. It befuddles me somewhat. We talk about how creative Nigerians are, when we talk about how rich our cultures our cultures here,
Yes,
because
yes,
but
yes.
it's almost a mono-themed industry. I cannot recall watching. I cannot recall watching a Nigerian movie, a Yoruba movie, that somebody does not end up in some babalawo that is asking for ori ologbo and whatnot or the other. It's just that same theme, just voodoo, voodoo, voodoo. Can they not just tell a love story or a crime story or just a story that just that it doesn't? Have you ever? I know you don't partake, but are you aware that all of these movies almost is just some babalawo narrative? Almost every single one of them. Hello, have you lost Ajanle Coco? Can anybody still hear me?
Probably
Hello?
the accumulator, the battery.
We can hear you, one man.
Yeah, I think it's going through a tunnel or something. He's driving, so.
No, he said that his battery was almost down. His
All right.
battery.
All right. Okay, he did say that. Well done. So, can you pick it up from there then, Tony? Just
Yes.
the concerns around the movie industry, their mono theme, and this
Yes.
bigger problem now of voodoo money, especially
Yes.
amongst the young Nigerians.
Yes. So anyway, on one part, it's like that they should be controlled, on what type of movie they should be making. Because I still remember that when I was
Can you hear me
in the
now?
late 80s. Okay, when I was in the late 80s, I couldn't
We
watch
can
this
hear you
Aye.
now.
Yeah, remember this Aye? Remember
Can you
this
hear me now?
Aye movie by Ogunde? Huh?
We
Aye
can hear
movie by
you,
Ogunde.
Ajale Koko.
Remember that woman? Remember Aye movie?
Yes,
Aye.
I can. But Tony, sorry, can you yield the space to Ajanle Koko, because as you know,
Okay.
we're likely
Okay.
to lose him anytime soon. So
Okay. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
not sure
Yeah.
how much of the narrative. So if you pick it up from where you left off, Ajanle Koko.
So our government should do something about it, because this is not who we are. Those nonsense things that those people act in Nollywood does not represent our culture, does not represent who we are, does not represent our tradition, does not represent anything about us. So the government have to jump into it and stop them from acting and presenting this kind of movie to the world. It's not who we are, and it has to stop. Maybe when they stop that, maybe that could help to reducing and and possibly eliminate this kind of menace that we see that is ravaging our society.
Oh, all right, thank you. So Ajale Koko, you live in America, so I'm sure you would have had your plenty enough diet of Western movies. So I used to gorge excessively on those cowboy movies back in the day. And what seems to be the central theme in a cowboy movie is that there'll be two gunslingers at the OK Corral, at the dawn. And then there are pistols drawn, waiting for who twitches first. So it is who twitches first now, Akeredolu, a game of brinksmanship. He doubles down on that position that power must transit to the south. We saw 17 governors lined up, all from the south, categorically saying this. We covered this on this platform. That story seemed to have just petered off a little bit, but Akeredolu resurrects it. So the North claps back to say that no, it is a matter of competence and not region. But then it wasn't competence, not region when Buhari came in. But now they're saying competence over region. But Akeredolu doubles down on the assertion that that power must transit to the south. Who do you think is going to blink first, Ajale Koko, the north or the south?
Right now in their party, I don't know, APC, I don't know why Akeredolu is making this noise, because in their party, Tinubu is the leading candidate in their party, except if something is going on that we in the public doesn't know. Maybe something is going on there to take out Tinubu.
I think
and,
he wants both party.
pick another candidate. Maybe that is why Akerodolu is shouting loud. I saw it recently that their party is trying to work on consensus candidate. We don't know the formula they want to use to arrive at consensus candidate. Maybe the idea of picking the northerner maybe is gaining ground in their party and among the leadership that is not known to people like us and any other person. Maybe that is why Akerodolu is reacting this way. Everything that we can see openly look like is good for Tinubu. So for Akerodolu to yell this way, we don't know what he has seen or what is going on. So, but
I think what Akeredolu is pushing for is for both parties to field Southern candidates, so then it guarantees categorically that whoever comes in to replace Buhari is going to be a Southerner. I think that is what he's pushing for, because he says any party that fields a Northern candidate will lose.
You cannot say that any party that fields Northern candidate will lose. He has only one vote. He is not the people. He's one of the establishment. So he's one of those that brought in Buhari, co-play in the merger with Buhari's party, and brought in Buhari to be the president and run the nation down like this. So Akerodolu should not speak for the Southerner. He can speak for their interest in their party, but to say Southerner are not going to vote, he doesn't know. Does he know what the Igbo people want to do or the South people want to do? He doesn't know. It's just the game. The game have not even started. It is when the two parties pick their candidate, that is when the game will get clearer to everybody. But right now, he is not the leader of the South. He's just, I think, is the leader of the Governors Forum. So the governors, yeah, they could come together just as the way the meeting they have held for twice or three times that they are speaking for the South. But they are in different parties. They have to go and work within their party to effect what they are talking about. They understood the game. They know the way the game works. They know that it's a game of negotiation. It's a game of lobbying. It's a game of connecting with other people around the country to effect or to make to achieve their objective. It's not by yelling outside. Yelling outside to us will not do the job. They have to, go in there and work hard among their colleagues that are politicians in the North to make sure that they listen to them. It's not by yelling on the media all the time and carrying all this, way of, deceiving the people. No, he can only talk for APC. He cannot talk for PDP. PDP know what is good for them. And for PDP cannot present a Southern candidate this time around. It's not possible because Buhari has caused a lot of disunity in that country. He has polarized his action has caused a sharp division among the people in that country. He has done a lot of things that has convinced a lot of Northerners that yes, this man really stands for us. This man is fighting for us. This man has put a lot of our people in all the strategic position. It is time for the North. These people have been in government for so many years. This is the first time that we Northerners have been there. We need to be there for more time so that, I mean, we can how many years they are. Some of them are saying that just spend and spend like 6 years, that make it 14 years, that they are spent 8 years. How, when are they going to balance the rest of the years with the edge that we have over them in number of years that we have occupied the position? That is what some of them are saying. So what AKEREDOLU should do is to go and work in their party hard with his colleagues, governors in the north, so that they can listen to them and present northerner, southerner in their party, and those in the PDP should go and work with their colleagues in the north so that they can present a southerner. It's not by yelling the way Wike is yelling. If they don't, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? What are they going to do?
He will yell some more.
Yeah, what's he going to do? If they present a southerner and they don't vote for that southerner over there, so what are we going to achieve? What are we going to achieve? So it is not to present the southerner that really matter, but to win the election and take APC out. APC cannot govern that country. Forget about Tinubu that is coming from the West. He is part of APC. He is part of the system. He is part of everything APC represent, and they did it together to destroy that country. So PDP should go and work hard to see how they can take that country from them, so that they can change all this bad policy and misgovernance that this man, the misgovernance that we have never seen in the history of that country before, so that they can change it and run the country the best way that it can work for the people of Nigeria. That is what really matters. It's Yaradua not a good? Is it not a good? Is it? Can you say that Yaradua is not a good? A good northerner or a good Fulani man? Was it not a good Fulani man? Is Yaradua not a good Fulani man? I mean, these our leaders should just sit down and go and look for somebody good that they know that can run that country. It is not a matter of a southerner or any southerner this time or northerner. They should look for good person that can do the right thing for that country. Somebody that is patriotic, that really love that country, that can work hard for that country. I mean, Obasanjo was there. Did he not do good for that country? Everybody supported him. He managed the country well. He's a detribalized person. We need somebody like that. It's just a Buhari who's just a tribalistic and how do I describe him? It's a tribal jingoist that brought shame to his people. He brought a serious and unending shame on Fulani people. Fulani people should stand against this man. They should stand against him and not support him. So what these governors are doing, I don't really understand it. They are playing politics, and we should be matured and not fall into their trap. That's the way I see it, one man.
All right, thank you, Janle Koko. But it looks as though all of this may well prove to be just an academic exercise. It's just talk. The Civil Society Observatory for Constitutional and Legal Compliance, they are still in court fighting the 2019 election, even 2015, 2014. So they're fighting essentially the Buhari presidency. And they are predicating their case on that singularity of Buhari's affidavit in 2014, where he asserted in front of a judge that his credentials are with the secretary of the military board. So several things in that space. The military one have come out to say that they don't have his credentials. So that's already damning. The second thing is there's no organ, institution, or anything known within the Nigerian space as the military board. But he swore this thing in front of a judge to say that this is the case. So essentially, his form to register his interest in the Nigerian first seat was based on a fraud and a falsity. So that negates him already because that nullifies. If you go and apply as a medical doctor presenting fake certificates, the moment they discover you have a fake certificate, you get a sack and you're handed over to the police. So now they are predicating everything on this case. And the court of so that's one thing. But then this has been ongoing for years and years. That's another thing. And the Court of Appeal have found reason to adjourn this case till March. That's another thing. And then Buhari has only 9 months left of his administration from March till the next election. So to all of that space, this 2023 may well prove to be an academic exercise, as I said, because if they find him in favor of Atiku, he will not say, let's forget it. He will insist on serving his full term as an elected president. So a constitutional crisis looming, Ajan Lekoko. What says you?
I don't see any constitutional crisis looming. There's no constitutional crisis. This effort of these people or the move by this organization is an effort in futility. The matter has been to Supreme Court. Buhari has been declared the winner in the Supreme Court. This issue of fake affidavit was presented at the Supreme Court as well by Atiku's counsel. It wasn't accepted because Nigerian Constitution, what the Constitution stipulated about the qualification of who to be the president is just school cert. A person that attended secondary school, it did not say that you have to have 5 credits, you must pass. You don't even need to pass. You just need to just attended secondary school and that's it. So all this issue of certificate or this thing, it was put forward before the Supreme Court and everything was it didn't hold any water. It was nullified and Buhari was been declared the winner and he has been there and it's nothing going to happen. These people are just pursuing shadow and they cannot achieve anything out of it. The certificate they are talking about was irrelevant, but the Supreme Court declared it as irrelevant because this guy, we have record that he attended secondary school. So the record is there, and that is what Nigerian Constitution Constitution required. It didn't require the president to pass 5 credits or be brilliant. It just said that person must attend secondary school, period. Buhari attended secondary school, and he has won the election according to the judgment by Supreme Court, and that will stay. That is what Buhari will be there till the end of his term. So they should just go and look for something else to do and not be blowing grammar everywhere.
Okay, but still, he said that his credentials. So it's not really does he have school cert or not, but a false affidavit saying that his credentials were with the military board. So that has been established as a categorical lie, and that was some of the premise why his form was approved to run for the election. So if there's a lie detected in that form, does that not then negate that form, which then nullifies his presidency?
Well, are they in High Court now, or where are they?
Court of Appeal.
Court of Appeal. So the president or his counsel of appeal. So did they win in the High Court?
No. The organization lost in the High Court, but they appealed the judgment.
That should tell us that they are just pursuing shadow. They lost in the High Court. They're going to lose in the appeal court as well, because I don't know on what basis did they lose in the High Court. On the basis of what?
I couldn't tell, because
that mean their fact. I mean, what they presented as fact is not tenable. That's why they lost. So, and they will lose all through. That one is banker. I know that for sure. They can't win. They're just trying to do some legal exercise. That's what the way I see it.
All right, thank you. Sorry, can I invite the people who have not thumbed up the stream? If you've not clicked on the like button, then please do. That's just the one contribution that you can make to what we're doing, and it's not even an effort. So just to do that, so that if you look at your screen, 123 people watching, about 40 thumbed up. So that cannot be right. So make that right, if you please. So as you are making that right, let's put the final question to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, now, it looks as though EFCC, they're now beaming their searchlight on Abubakar Malami and his ministry after the endless narratives of corruption. But is this reason to be cheerful, or is this just for the cameras, for the newspapers, a publicity stunt? So 6 members of the accounts department especially have been invited for converting public funds into dollars and disappearing it via the Niger Republic route. So EFCC investigates Abubakar Malami and his ministry, but then of course the proviso that even EFCC is under his portfolio and the head of EFCC, his clansman. So what are you then making of this news story that EFCC at last they're after Abubakar Malami?
Is Abubakar Malami in that or some of his officials?
No,
is it Abubakar Malami directly?
Name was not mentioned frontally, but 6 staff from the Ministry of Justice, especially Ibrahim something from the accounts department. So what this guy does is to convert public funds into dollars, and I think that Ibrahim was the bureau de change that they were using. So why that is, we don't know. What happens to the money, we don't know. So all of that shrouded in mystery to be unraveled by the EFCC if they can push towards that. But like I said, EFCC, one of the satellite organizations under the Greater Ministry of Justice space that is oversighted by Malami. So what are you making of that headline? EFCC investigates Malami's department.
Yeah, EFCC is empowered by law to investigate anybody that has some questionable, some financial or misappropriated of public fund and other financial improprieties while holding government position or serving either by appointment or by elective office. So
Akerodolu.
Yeah.
I think it should be ICPC doing that, not EFCC. I don't know. I don't think so. Because ICPC is it's an agency that investigates corrupt civil servants. I think it's corrupt serving civil servants. So I don't know why they should allow EFCC that has his in-law as the head or his own relation as the head investigating him. You can't be a judge in your own case. I mean, sort of, they say in a way. So they should look for.
But they are working hand in hand. EFCC and AIPCT, they are working hand in hand.
Well, but I think the ICPC is. I mean, I think the chairman is another guy. I think one Yoruba guy. I don't know, maybe they change it.
Rational mind. ICC or whatever you call it, all are beheaded by their people also. So there's no escape.
I don't think so. I don't think so. ICPC
No
is wrong.
escape for us. They occupy the whole places. The Navy, the military, army.
Why you say no escape? Why?
Air Force.
Okay.
No escape for us. No escape.
Which
We just
escape?
jabba jabba, as Mama would say, jabba jabba, jabba jabba.
Your escape is you should get into politics and get yourself in power. Simple as that.
Okay. This well, they are investigating, so that is what we know now. But what I was trying to say is that investigating 6 people in Attorney General's office does not mean that Attorney General is involved or Attorney General is being investigated. If he is under investigation, he will be asked by the president to go on administrative leave, and that will possibly come from the president. It's not going to be by that EFCC by itself to investigate their boss or the boss they are responsible to. It's not possible. That kind of investigation will have to come from the presidency, and just like the way they did to Magu, or what is his name, the head of EFCC himself.
Ibrahim Magu.
He was sent on administrative leave, and they carried out that investigation on him, and up to today, Alolagbo Aubabo. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened.
I heard that they are looking to reinstate him in some form.
Okay, let's see what
I think
they're
it was
going to do.
Justice Salami that headed the panel that was they set up to probe him.
Yeah, Justice Salami. So I don't think Malami is under investigation. Maybe some of his staff that just did some things on their own without his knowledge, and the civil servant can do some certain
You think
things.
there'll be a dollar floating about in the Ministry of Justice, and Abubakar Malami doesn't know about it? From what you know of that guy,
you don't know civil servants. So civil servants are very smart. They will do it. Civil servant has a way of doing things. They have a way of hiding stuff. They have a way of manipulating things. They are smarter. They taught the politician how to steal. So I don't think Malami is involved in this. It's just those people. If we are to be Malami under investigation, the president weight will be behind it, and they will tell Malami to go on administrative leave while it's being investigated. So I don't see Malami under investigation.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, let's go on to Tony, who yielded the floor to you. Drive safely. So thank you for yielding the space to Ajanle Koko, Tony. So you were about to do your northern thing.
Thank you, Tony. Oh, thank you, Tony.
No wahala. Ekabo.
Look at that. Tony is Wazobia. But Tony, you were about to do. You were about to go to that space. Ganduje is smashing up bottles of beer, 4 million worth of them, not in money but in units. So, what are you making of the hypocrisy, or maybe you don't see it as hypocrisy, of them smashing up beers for religion but collecting taxes of the money of that beer for profit?
Yeah, Ganduje. My solution is that they are giving us, every reason for us to break up without, peacefully, with that type of action. They are just buttressing, the points I always made here every day. I remember when Thomas was referring to me that he was saying that those were the reasons why Tony. He didn't mention my name, but I know he was referring to me that I always talk about the not. So go to the next one, sir.
All right. And to the Nollywood space, just this never-ending narrative. One single story is just babalawo. That is now playing out in actual real life. with young people now looking for that voodoo money as they saw in the movies.
But you guys hearing me? Hello, can you hear me clear?
We can hear you, Tony. So
Okay,
did you hear the question?
Yeah, I heard the question because somebody was trying to come into my volume to reduce a bit, but so long you can hear me, it's okay. So I was already there. I said that I remember when they didn't allow us to watch late 80s, they didn't allow us to watch Aye by Ogunde. Remember this film? Aye. So and then I'm still going to watch it when I get back to Nigeria anytime. So then meanwhile, the problem is not the Nollywood. It has got nothing to do with the Nollywood. So this is our culture. We have to promote our culture every time. And then, but the problem, everything boils down to the lack of government. Because back in the days, in Ijabode, in Benin City, in all these Lagos and Ibadan, this Awolowo states, so police used to control us when they see boys and girls on the street during school hours. So we ought to be in the boarding houses or whatever, even your parents have to give the government, sorry, the school authority, the reason why that you don't want to leave your child to live in the boarding school. So the problem is that there's no government, there's no survival means, no social security, nothing at all is working. That is why people have to resort to any of this occultism. This occultism is what also the Germans resorted to, is resorted to. Where when they lost the First World War, so the people were so hungry, because the reparation they have to pay to all this France and the Great Britain and America as a result of losing the war. So then people have to resort to occultism. That is where all those psychology, so all those people that I was talking about the other time, those witches and wizards, they have to come down together, and then this Mr. H came out, sprung us from nowhere, and then he started to win. And that was how the German was developed. So it's a result of no government, nothing, no incentive, nothing in place. Like today also now, there was some women that were going to farms in Odomo local government of Edo State, when she were butchered, were macheted, but they survived. Some women, it's sounded latest news now from there. So the Fulani Hausa, they are killing people. People can't go to their farms and everything. People are just there. Nothing is happening. All the horrors are very bad. And then I'll be reflecting. I'll be feeling fine since the first day when you also acknowledge that the northern part of the country is looking better than our place. Thank you, sir.
No, I'm not acknowledging anything. Tony. I'm not on your narrative. Because I see the Nigerian the Nigerian situation as complex.
Yes, sir.
And I think it's somewhat naive to just say it's the North. The North is part of our problem, as is the West and as is the East. We have an elite problem. We have an elite versus the people problem. We have a political system that does not serve purpose. So it's a very complex. It's too lazy to be saying the North. So
Yes.
you and I are not on the same page. So let's not say that we are. But I'm all for free speech. So you have the space to have your say. Let me take you to another talking point, Tony, and let me take you to now. This Akeredolu insisting that power must transit to the south. This was once upon a time the story of all 17 southern governors, but he now seems to be the singular voice, even though he's the chairman of that forum, that continues to hold steady in that space. So your thoughts on that, Tony?
Yeah, the guy I thank him for his consistency, because he has to be consistent in this war, because for me, there shouldn't be an election, but at the end of the day, but this guy is fighting hard to make sure that we produce a certain candidate. And that is very good, So a very nice guy. God bless him. So may God give him more strength so that he can fight this cause for us. Unlike Ajaniko, what Ajaniko was saying, we don't give a damn whether you're APC or no party or no whatever. It's certain I have to lead the country, or we cut the country to two peacefully without any war.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So Tony, to the space, the lawsuit that's still ongoing. This lawsuit, by the way, not instituted by Atiku himself directly. People may try to say that they are doing it by proxy, but this organization a stickler for due process, insisting that the false affidavit that is almost categorically established now that it is swear a false affidavit in 2014 that was sworn by Buhari as part of his application form to INEC, that the false affidavit negates his form to run as president, which then means that he should be removed as a candidate as far back as 2014 and his presidency nullified and the return certificate of return revoked and a new one issued to Atiku. So what are you then making of that side storyline that
Yeah,
continues
well,
to
yes,
rumble?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very, very clear. Because these people, they are masters in the game. In this game of politics, don't play with our masters. So they know exactly what they are doing. This is part of the options they are working, for. That they are putting on the table up there in the north. You always say that don't say about the north. The northerners are very clever people, very, very intelligent. You see, this is part of the show. They will just come now and say, okay, this guy should be taken out, and then Atiku will go in. Then Atiku will say, okay, I have to keep my 8 years or whatever, and then there's nothing we can do about it. That's why I say we should tear the country into two without fight, and then with special arrangement. There's no that way out. No, there's no way. They always bring us back to this zone. They're bringing to this point. This is what they are working for. They say, okay, if we cannot produce a northern candidate from the PDP, or how do we produce this? Okay, somebody will just spring out from somewhere. Maybe Gabari, Gabari now. The Gabari is one of is the de facto president. So it was okay. Let us do this to Atiku. So they now have 3 options. Why we have 0 option? Because we are fighting ourselves.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, have you spoken on the Ganduje bottle of beers? Have you spoken on that?
Yes. Yeah. That guy is just. I spoke a little bit about it. Before Johnny Coco, interjected that I should let him speak. Okay. Then these guys, the same thing again. These northerners, I love them all. Okay, they are our neighbors. Okay,
you love them. Don't lie now. You love them. Don't lie.
We are fellow Africans, so I just wanted to be speaking from your point of view now. So I don't want to make a day. They content say, you want to go take over this, So these people, they are telling us, it's staring at our face that we cannot be together in one country. It's very clear.
All right. Is that your answer? Should I even be coming to you? Because the only thing you want to say is, and that is why Nigeria should break up.
No, not break up. No, I mean that we can look. Okay, how can you, one man, can you run a country with 2 different laws? It's a question I'm asking you, sir. Can you run a like a UK?
No, you can acknowledge everybody's cultural peculiarities, and if their inclination is of a particular way of life, you have to respect that.
Make I just tell you one thing now. You know that here we have more Arabs than in the UK or in the US. So you see the Arab people, when they dress, these Arab women, when they dress in these their Arab cultural dresses, they look very pretty. You know what I say? But you know that when you see women from Sudan and Somalia, African women like the northern Nigeria, when they dress in this Muslim, we see in this aboka, they look like bats or like baboons, like I don't know what to call them. But the Arab people, because this is their culture. Let us embrace our culture. If you see the way our black women dresses, this is our culture. If they want to dress like an African, let them go. Let them go to places. Set other countries. They will have a border. We can buy their cows and their onions or whatever. We can grow our own too. That's it. Let us separate without a war. I don't like a Kusija or Totamia. Let us work together. You see?
All right,
but
thank you.
not
man,
other one,
one
not
man.
other one flag, not other one nation.
One man.
That's
I
what it
think
is.
what Tony is all about is his own is he has made up his mind that Nigeria cannot work.
Yeah, I don't think whatever topic it is, he will always negotiate himself to that
It can
spot.
never work. No, it
You
can
know.
never unless you are just. I mean, we are just laboring under illusion because you
No,
cannot convert
there's
these
no
people.
such thing as never, by the way, Tony. It's
No, they
just that
cannot.
the
They,
pathway has not been found, is more the
no,
case.
no, 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 no. For 60 years, 100 years, 100 years. You know, we have been fighting them. You know, but they try a lot now. They fought them back. They capture a lot. They capture your place now. They capture you, but
Which
they
place
couldn't
did they
capture my place.
Which place? No, they don't capture my place. Oh, they
Look
don't
at this
capture
guy.
your. No.
They
What are
capture
you
you. What are you
saying?
telling me? You know, see, your Lamido,
No,
you know,
they
you
don't
know, this is
capture
our, but
your.
no be Hausa. You know, but go to Benin, go to Ishan. They capture Auchi. They capture Auchi now, you know. You see, so that's why you see all these problems coming out from Auchi and all this Oyo. That Oyo will say that if you don't like Buhari, I don't want to discuss it, but Sunday go. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? You know, so these people they are very powerful. You know, they couldn't capture Offa proper, Offa. They couldn't capture Offa proper. Then they cross over. But when they were coming to Benin City, the Oba told them that when you see the red sand, you go back. So from Uromi upward, no chance for them. That's it, sir. So this war should be ready for them now. We cannot be the same country. That's all. That's all. And there's no war. No. I don't want trouble. Thank you very much.
All right. All right.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Tony. So, Tony, let's go on to Ejiro as we continue to progress the
Very
conversation.
nice. I hope he know that he had to forward forward march. You know, here, okay, Alice. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So
Oshari,
Tony,
come on.
let's go on to Ejiro as we continue to progress the conversation. And to Ejiro, just the talking points still. And let me start you off with that voodoo money space that has been discussed at the House of Representatives. Just the plethora of ritual killings for monetary magic money, voodoo money, like we saw in Obi Kubana's burial, whatever, his mother, and all over Nollywood movies. So the House of Representatives, they are getting increasingly concerned to the point of calling the attention of the Inspector General of Police to the matter, to say that this endless, just daily endless killings for money rituals is something that must be tackled, and they are pointedly at the Nollywood movie industry for promoting this sort of narrative. So the concerns of the House of Rep and the complicity of the Nollywood industry, all of that, Ejiro.
Yes. What the House of Rep is doing is a good one because the voodoo money, whatever, is not a menace, in our society. So Nigeria has to take a move, otherwise, so many things will break down in that aspect. Because the situation whereby in a country you see so many persons tell you they want to do 1, 2, 3, 4 so that they can get money. The question is it really working? That's what we don't know. Some person will tell you it's working, while some will tell you it's not working. So people still try to figure out if voodoo money really works.
You are sounding as though you've explored that space. Have you explored it? Are you looking for what, Gigi?
No.
One man.
The thing is, I can't explore that space because I'm well to do now. So why am I looking for that? I'm in Europe, doing very well. I have everything at my disposal. So why will I look for voodoo money?
Right.
I've done good for my life. I've been able to establish. So I don't need such money.
I was only joking.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But really,
ahead.
what is voodoo money is what we have to question, because at the extreme is all this money, these rituals that we're saying, but at the lower end is somebody that is a trader going to Baba to say that give me something that would draw crowd to my shop, and Baba will give him something wrapped in in some red thread or something and say go and put this behind. So or somebody that will go and carry a ball to get more luck in life to progress financially. So which one is acceptable, which one is not, or is it totally unacceptable? Should you, by the dint of hard work and faith and prayer to God, just take your life as that? So yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, one man. The fact is, some persons do that, but is it really working out for them? That is the question now. Some persons will tell you it does work, while some will tell you it doesn't work. So voodoo money, to me, I think I don't think it makes sense because so many things involved, so many things involved. And at the end of the day, one will only imagine why people are doing this. Okay, look at the one that happened in Ogun State. Those boys, those teenage boys.
I think that is what that upset the House of Rep and indeed the country. I think
exactly
everybody found that too upsetting.
So at the end of the day, one will just imagine maybe it's a 4119 that it doesn't really work because those boys were doing it. Nothing came out of it. Nothing came out of it until the police came to pick them up.
Hey, Jiro, can I make a statement?
Go ahead.
One man, what all those Babalawo normally said that some people, they have been destined.
And I've been working on it for about a week.
Can you mute yourself? Who is that?
Go ahead.
Some people have been destined to be rich. So if they make all this voodoo money from them, that is where the voodoo money will work for them. Some people, if they make voodoo money for them, even kill 10 cow, kill human being for them, it will not work for them. So they believe in that, but for me, it works for some people. But as one man rightly said, that if one trader man or woman go to a Babalawo and said, pray for me so that more customer will come to me, is it a voodoo? To me, it's still a voodoo. It's voodoo because all this thing they are doing, you have to pay something before you can be something. It doesn't come free. It doesn't come free. You can see these people, the one that they said was killed in Ogun State. These guys, they went online. They don't even go to a Babalawo. They went online. So I don't know. Just continue what you are saying.
Thomas, I don't think that's what happened. Though. They said what happened is this. You see, this whole thing with maybe when you get to my time, I might have to talk a little bit more on that. You see, one of the boys, they said his father is I don't know, maybe Babalawo, Olusho, whatever. This one of this church, whatever. Now there's this, this ritual of money. There are different types of it in Yoruba land, especially in Yoruba land. Some of them I know of them. I never did it, but I know people who did it. From what I heard, there is what they call so that's one type of money ritual. They will use the skull. Let me not go too deep into that, other than that.
So I know, I understand you.
A call. So, and the other things you have to make, you have to. So now the other one you're talking about is awure. You do awure. That is, you're a market seller. You want to be getting more clients and things like that. So there are different types, but that of those boys you're talking about, one of them I hear is that the father is. They say maybe the father is an Babalawo, or maybe one of this church Babalawo / so the father, they said the father, maybe they saw his father did one work for a person, and the boy said to his friends, and they didn't do the same thing so that they can be rich. So that one you're talking about, that they went online and do something, that I don't know of that one. But what I heard was that the father.
No. The guy confessed. He said they went online to that post is Oshole and making money online.
Be mindful of the language, because the comment sections are saying that we're
exactly.
getting
Try to code
a bit too graphic. You know, the language.
Graphic, yeah. So yeah, they went online of this thing, and they saw it on Facebook, and even the Nigerian police even went online to search for that Facebook platform, and 27,000 people are following that Facebook platform. It was said in that confession of that guy.
All right, thank you. 133 people watching, only 50 thumbs up. So you guys can see it on your screen, and that is the only contribution that, well, not the only contribution, but that is one contribution that you can easily make to the platform just by clicking on the like button. So it's not that much of a task. So if you can do that, much appreciated. So I'll round off your thoughts on that space, Ejiro, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Yeah, one man. Well, to say there is nothing like voodoo money. Well, I think it's to say there is nothing like mystical powers, you know. I think so.
Is there anything like mystical powers to your understanding?
Of course there is. Yeah, Bible talks about it. I'm a Christian, so I should believe there is a mystical power.
Within the African context, within our spiritualism.
Again, one man, I can only connote it in my belief.
But
you know, because when you say the African context, you're talking about culture. Cultural,
like the Babalawos,
there is, yes. Like I said, Bible talks about it. Even the Babalawo is in the Bible. You know, soothsayers are Babalawo. That's what Bible refers as soothsayers. So they're in the Bible. There is, of course, there is a spirit life and there is a physical life. That's what Bible said. You know. The life, even the spirit life is even more than the physical life. Because the way Bible describes it is that whatever happened in the physical must have happened in the spirit.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. Ejiro, can you pause for a moment? I'm going to take a musical intermission to have the thumbs up go up, because I have called for that several times and it's stuck at the same spot. So I'll take a musical intermission. So I'm going to play a little bit of music just to allow for people to thumb up the stream. So please do that.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
I think we lost one man.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
Oh, okay, so there it is. So thank you for the thumbs up. So guys, apologies that I'm having to push it hard, but really, you can just do that now. Why must we always have to just labor for that? Just a click of a button we have to labor for. We shouldn't have to labor for it when we're here 4 hours on average every single day, and just that one contribution to click on a button, and then we have to labor for it. But I don't labor for this. Or does this rather labor you, Ejiro? Ganduje approves destruction of 3.8 million bottles of beers. So it's just this space continues to disturb people, Ejiro. One, the two-tier system that we seem to have in Nigeria now, where certain sections of the country uh, 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 they have whims and caprices that supersedes what constitutionally obtains, because we're meant to be a secular country. So that's one thing. But then those whims and caprices does not preclude them from partaking in the largesse of the state, but they bring it in to destroy other people's businesses. So that Sharia sport now that they're using to destroy bottles of beer, but they stops when it comes to collecting the money from the taxes on that beer. So the hypocrisy of that whole narrative, or do you not see it as hypocritical? Your thoughts on that? Uh,
Uh, it sounds very very funny, you know, because at the end of the day, Hisba in what's it called now, in the northern space, they want to do their thing, you know, they like to do their thing, but they forgot that that beer, the bottle of whatever the governor is saying or is pointing out, that they should destroy those beer in Kano State, that they don't want alcohol, the consumption of alcohol, that is toxic or whatever, because that's what they are holding up, saying to their people with their faith. Alcohol is toxic.
No. They are saying it is an intoxicant, which is to mean that it intoxicates you and then makes you lose your senses and act
Yeah.
irrationally.
That's true.
So they
That's
are
true.
drawing parallels
That's
between
true.
alcohol and drugs and illicit
Medical,
drugs.
like saying medical could even cause a mental capability of a person.
Incapability, yeah,
So
or incapacity, yeah.
and that it forbids forbidden in Islam. So at the end of the day, like what they are doing sounds very funny, because this thing they are destroying, you know, it brings it comes back again, you know, to generate a lot of funds in the southern the part of the country, you know. So this is one of the reasons why the country should be broken up. Since
You joined Tony at last.
Islam forbids alcohol, since Islam forbids alcohol, you know, the law should be applicable only to Muslim. It's basically flaw to impose for the governor to impose his religious belief on every resident of the state, irrespective of one's belief. I don't know the source of the government's information on the effect of alcohol on people's mental capability, you know. Is he aware that some of those who produce the luxury items in uses of his estate takes alcohol?
And does he himself not take alcohol is the question we've been asking. Because that
there
one,
we go.
it looks like a good time guy, or that Ganduje, it looks like a good time guy.
You know.
All right. Thank you, Ejiro.
Well,
So,
I believe that is the personal that's the personal Sharia, you know, that is in the constitution, and not the criminal Sharia. You know, maybe.
All right. Thank you, Ejiro. Let me take you to another talking point. President Atiku coming to a country near you. according to this organization, this civil rights organization. So they are still laboring that 2019 election, even though the tenure is about to end. And they are insisting that that false affidavit that we almost know categorically now that Buhari swore in 2014, it nullifies, it negates his form to be president and nullifies his presidency. So what are you then making of this 11th hour move to have Atiku installed as the president of Nigeria?
One man, this 11th hour move is laughable because it's clear now, you know, it's very clear. It's very clear that the North at this stage is power drunk, you know. The North's, I will call this the North's last joker to clinch onto power, you know. So who is fooling who with this gambling of Baba Integrity's judiciary style, you know? Well, they will always be ahead. The North will always be ahead. And now when this happens, the South will only make noise. And that is and that will be the end. You know, because they not always believe that we the South, we are noise makers. There are so many things they will get away with. You know, so
yeah, but I believe there'll be a time coming. The North will know the South don't mess with. There'll be a time coming, you know, the South don't mess no one no more. They will know soon.
When will that time? Will that time come before kingdom come?
And that time
will that time come before kingdom
by
come?
the time the country breaks, the North will know why. The North will
Look at
by
this
the time
guy.
the country breaks, the North and Australia will free.
Which is going to come first, the second coming or that time that you are so confident in?
I believe Nigeria's in a big watch. Nigeria's in a big soon. Bet me.
Soon. Well, define
yes,
soon. Is in your life? Is it in your lifetime?
In your dream.
Hold on, Thomas.
What one Nigeria? Shame unto you. Shame unto the people who want Nigeria. Shame unto them.
All right. Okay.
They want people to suffer.
It's very disconcerting having you and Tony on the at the same time, because you know it's just the one mantra that you chant all the time.
It's kind of sad and laughing at people who laughed, who support one Nigeria, people suffer and die in hunger. You support one Nigeria? Come on, man. This is simple. We want people to survive to kingdom come, die in hunger, no food.
No, they want a better Nigeria. They are not the people who support Nigeria. They are not supporting Nigeria in the present state or the present system that is under, but they are supporting it for a better country.
Oh, okay. How long do you support Nigeria when Kenya is already ahead of Nigeria?
How so? How did they arrive at that?
Nigeria's a big joke. One Nigeria is a big joke to me. It's a big joke. People know that, but people don't want to say the truth. They don't want to say the truth. They know Nigeria can never work. They know that.
So if there's Biafra, will Biafra have different leaders? Is it not going to still be the same leaders?
Sorry.
And the same leaders are doing a shit job. So what's the difference?
Sorry. That's the reason why South Africa discriminated Nigeria. That's the reason why South Africa did it for a reason. Even South Africa know Nigeria is a big
joke. But you're not answering my question. What does South Africa have to do with my question?
No,
I said will Biafra have different leaders? No, you still have the same shitty leaders. So nothing's going to change. If you like break, if you like don't break.
So you got Nigeria can ask this the question. Why other African countries not in Nigeria? Ask that question. Nigeria, must be stupid.
No, because our leaders don't fight for us internationally. They know
Nigeria cannot work as one country. They know that.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't correlate. How? How do you join that together? How do you join disrespect to a country not working?
I'm tired of people keep saying one Nigeria. We know it's not gonna work. I'm tired
of
people saying that.
Logical questions.
I'm tired of people shouting Biafra too.
Because Thomas want people to suffer.
That is it.
So you want people
I'm tired of people shouting Biafra. If you are tired of people shouting Nigeria, I'm tired of people shouting Biafra as well.
Okay, Thomas. Jake, you said people are suffering, but who is making them suffer? It's the leaders.
I wonder.
So is Buhari wait, is Buhari coming there to the east to make them suffer? No, it's the eastern leaders. So what are you saying?
So Becky, you want people to support one Nigeria until they die of hunger for 100 years.
But
the kingdom come.
Them starve.
To Christ come.
See, Jake, when they send COVID palliatives to Nigeria, the eastern leaders hid this free food from the eastern people. Is it Buhari that hid it?
You see, this is what Nigerian people are done. This is what Nigerian people. This one,
Jake. Sorry, Jake. You answer the question first. Then you can do. He's just asking you a question.
No. Jake is not interested in the question. He wants to tell you, and this is why Nigeria will not work.
Nigeria will not work.
Tony is not interested in the question. He just wants to tell you, and that is why we have to split up. So just know that. Hold on, Thomas. Now, just know that whenever Tony or Charles speaks, they are just really quickly moving to just one point that they want to make. Charles wants to tell you, and that is why Nigeria should break up. And Tony wants to tell you that break it up now. Because that is the only thing that they want to say.
Man, I'm speaking the truth. Nigeria don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear it. They know Nigeria work. That's what we wonder.
But you have no logical reason. Your truth comes from emotions, not logic. How does that make sense? You can't you can't explain how it makes sense in any logical way.
Solly, yes. Why you cannot entirely discard what Jake is saying? There's a measure of truth to what he's saying.
Yes, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm not saying it's a lie, but can he logically back up why he's saying it? No. Then it doesn't make sense.
What is he saying that is not making sense?
He's saying people are dying and people are starving, and the reason is to separate the country. How does that make sense? How will you say fire is burning the house, and you want to use mouth to blow it? That it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Just little problem, and it talks as if the East are not also causing problem. We the West, we literally did nothing. We did nothing. And we are suffering unnecessarily also. Do you see us shouting that we should tear the country to pieces? No, we're trying to work strategically, politically, to get on top and to change things. You just want to tear everything, even though you people caused it. So I don't understand. There's no logical backing.
So do you know what? Let me get a good example. Look at one good example I'm talking about. Did one who was suffering? Why is Rwanda not the best country in Africa? Because Nigeria is suffering to kingdom come. Many people are still suffering.
Okay, Jake, can you logically tell me why Nigeria is not working?
Hey, one Nigeria is beautiful. It's a beautiful country. Be one. That's false.
Who said that?
People are dying of hunger.
Okay, but why are they dying of hunger? Why are they dying of hunger? Jake, tell me why they are dying of hunger.
How can get like Tinubu just pay money?
Oh my goodness!
Just pay citizens just to vote for him. Who does that? This is one that you're fighting. Come on, man.
Now you've moved from their dying of hunger to Tinubu.
I did warn you. Charles only wants to tell you one thing, and that is why Nigeria should break up. So that's all he wants to tell you. So and that is not to say that is wrong or right, but that is just that's his message. That and they are dying like chickens,
Jake doesn't even understand what it takes a third world country to separate, especially if it's for tribal reasons.
So you
think they are just going to go shake hands? No, everybody has to develop to the point where you are comfortable. A third world country does not have the comfort of having all those kind of quick system changes because they have so many issues to face. You are in America. How many issues are they facing compared to Nigeria? People are suffering. They have to face these issues first. The country has to develop. The East has to develop to become very, very good, at least first world class. The West has to develop. The North has to develop. Then that's where you can start having the comfort to be making peaceful separation. Anything that is going to happen right now is going to be done in blood. Either somebody is going to take over that country, either military is going to take over that country. What you are saying, what you want will come in blood. It's a third world country, not a first world country. Nobody is doing handshaking. You want your people to die just to separate, or instead of just working with everybody and surviving? What are you saying?
Sorry, so you don't understand. I actually said, why did Trump call you a third world country? Why did America call Nigeria a
Because it
shithole
is a
country?
third world country.
No.
Duh.
No, America only call Nigeria. America call Ghana that. Don't call Nigeria that. Think. Nigeria must think in the brain. Think before you.
Okay, you explain why. Explain
Oh,
to us
please,
why.
there's no third world country. Please.
They
We're
are
all
third
first
world
people.
countries.
We are first human beings.
We're talking
No,
about
you
Tony,
are
there's
third
third
world,
world
not me,
country.
not
No,
we here. You are the only third
Tony,
world.
Tony, don't push that narrative. There's third world country and there is first world country.
But I told you guys to work hard so that you cannot be referred to as third world country, so that nobody is third world country. We should regard ourselves as first world.
Can we listen to Jake? Okay, be regarding it in your head. Jake, what were you saying?
I'm in first world though.
Okay. Jake, what were you saying?
I'm saying you have to tell with why America only call Nigeria shithole. Why they call Ghana shithole country?
Explain to us why.
It's false.
So explain to us why.
The reason why America knows Nigeria can never work is America knows that. America's left in Nigeria.
So America is sitting down there laughing at us. Why is America okay, Jake? Why is America now not helping us? Since they know, instead of laughing at us.
Why should America help a country like Nigeria?
How can they help you when you cannot produce your petrol? You have petrol from God.
Let's go round and round. Let's just go to
do you know what is happening now? In Nigeria today?
I don't like. You know the
thing I
don't
you see what
like?
is happening in Nigeria today?
There's no logical backing.
There's no petrol. There's no petrol. You have petrol. You cannot refine it.
All right, thank you.
You wanted to come and help you?
All right, thank you.
Who will come and help you?
I just let that conversation run a bit. Oh, hold on,
before
Tony.
God will help you.
Tony, thank you.
You have petroleum products.
Tony,
you cannot refine them.
Good Lord.
Today in Nigeria, now there's no petrol. I think I don't.
All right, thank you. So I let that conversation run a bit just to see, just to highlight that it's going to loop round, because I'm not sure that any of those conversations was hearing what the other side was saying fully. So it's just talking points. They're just sticking to talking points and then landing on, and that is why. And then the other one will say, and it would look. I could have let it run for 1 hour and it would never move.
Of course,
it doesn't evolve. It's mantra chanting. It's mantra chanting. So thank you for that little intermission.
One man, you see, let me just quickly do a conclusion on this. You see, some Nigerians could be very mischievous, To me, this sounds more of a fairy tale, than a reality. Well, maybe the Northerners have come with their tricks, to hand over power to Atiku through the back door. This will definitely not fly. And it will be a recipe for disaster, trust me. Because if they hand over power, what's going to happen? Meaning the 3 years and 3 years plus that the Buhari has ruled or has governed the country, meaning it did not happen. That's the meaning now. That 3 years is all wasted. It's gone down the drain. Then Atiku will now take over for another 4 years on a clean sheet. Meaning we're talking about election. The election will not be 2027. Because if they are to give Atiku power today, this year, meaning we'll be looking at 2027 for another election. Then when it's getting to 2027,
sorry? Who's doing the dirty job? Do you know who's doing the dirty job for them?
It's still the Satanas, part of the Satanas, no?
The lawyer is an Igbo man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know that. I saw this article. I read it. So meaning when Atiku own his tenure is getting finished again, another court case will come again. I say, okay, no. We want to fire this time. We want to find another counter attack against the one.
One interesting little. They're saying that the INEC should revoke Buhari's certificate of return and issue it to Atiku. But I don't think that will hold, because they are saying that Buhari, he presented a false document in 2014. So if they find that the what it in 2014 was false, then that brings Goodluck Jonathan into play, not Atiku, because Goodluck Jonathan has first dibs. So that then opens up another round of legal battles as to who has first to go. Because Goodluck Jonathan would then say, no, I won that election in 2014 then, in 2015. So I want to serve my term.
One man is a joke. This is a joke. It will definitely not fly, because to me, I don't see the way it's going to fly.
Well, one man. What
are you eating? If you are eating, then let's give you a moment. Round off your thought, Ejiro, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Yeah, like I said, one man, it will be a recipe for disaster. Trust me. So.
All right, thank you. And just quickly on the Abubakar Malami space, the EFCC beaming their satellite, their torchlight, their beam light on his ministry and himself. That are parastatal, of course, part of the portfolio of the Ministry of Justice. So what are you making of this headline? Is it just for the cameras, or are they going after Malami at last? Just the endless looting.
One man, I'm not going to talk too much on that space because to me, it doesn't make sense. Malami knows what him and that boy, Bauer, whatever is his name, because that's his boy. They know what they are doing. It's for the cameras and honor politics. They know what they are doing. So it's election time. They're just trying to calm nerves down. I don't see Bauer investigating Malami or probing him. Never. It's not going to happen. Because that office, that EFCC office, in the history of Nigeria, it has never been connected to the Attorney General office. Malami single-handedly linked that office to his own office. Mm-hmm. So it's like you, one man, wanting to probe your own self. That's what it means.
So it's just a publicity stunt.
Exactly.
Under a normal setting, normally such agencies should be under the Attorney General. Yeah, it should be. But the only thing is the independence. That is what.
It shouldn't really, because you are saying the independence.
No, it shouldn't. Because
if it's under a normal setting, it should actually be under the police. That's where it should be.
Well, you see, Nigeria is a joke. You see, Nigeria and the setup in that country is a system at operation.
But really, if it's to serve the purpose, it should stand independently under the direct supervision of the presidency. Because if it's under one under one ministry, then it's very difficult for it then to probe wrongdoings in that ministry. So it shouldn't be under any ministry at all.
Yeah. It should not. You see, the thing is, maybe we should not say it should be under it, but should be under the oversight, perhaps. Maybe that's the word we should use. Maybe another.
Is that not still the same thing?
Oversight in the sense that
if it's under the influence, it should not be under the influence of any ministry.
Well,
because if it's under the influence of a ministry, then it cannot really honestly and truth and purpose probe that ministry.
Exactly.
The Attorney General is the chief law officer for the executive. So sort of case. So if there's any federal case, like that's why I say Nigeria is a joke. We don't have a system that makes sense. I mean, it's not a setup that was really designed in a more structured way. If there's any case that the federal government has against anybody or entity or whoever, the Attorney General will be the one to kind of prosecute that case, appoint whatever lawyers within the ministry for them. Like if EFCC has to prosecute anybody, they will get the lawyers from the Ministry of Justice, which is under the supervision of the Attorney General. So that brings it under it in a sense, because their cases will be
no. That's not how it works.
So how does it work?
The Ministry of Justice stands as the legal arm of the government.
Okay.
So anybody that wants to prosecute on behalf of the government, they package the case together. Okay. This is what happens in every other institution when you take cases to the Justice Department, and they'll tell you then if that case is sufficient enough to succeed or not.
Okay.
So The EFCC will
So what
perfect
are you?
this.
So what you just answer your question? Yeah, you just answer your. I mean, you just answer your question.
No. EFCC will perfect its case as a
Okay.
standalone institution,
Okay.
and then take that case to the Ministry of Justice to
So who will fight the
prosecute.
case for them? Who will fight the case for
The
them? in
Ministry
court?
of Justice.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Because
but they won't be under the supervision of.
Well, that's why I say we're not saying under the supervision. That's what we should not say under the supervision. What I'm saying is,
But the Ministry of Justice prosecutes. No. The Ministry of Justice prosecutes all cases for all departments of government.
Yeah,
from the water works to the finance ministry to the works and everything and everybody.
See, we're just trying to flog this thing. I mean,
no. But what you're saying is wrong. Is essentially what I'm saying. They should not be under the supervision of the Ministry of Justice. Is what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this. I'm not saying it should be under the influence or supervision. What I'm saying is they oversee their cases. If they bring a case, like you said, they bring it before the Ministry of Justice. Their lawyers within there will give them advice. And if they can fight for them, or if that case would make sense, like you said. So if they say they don't want to go with that case, and even though that case has substance, what are they going to do? What is the CFCC going to do?
No, they have to present a compelling case to say. They don't get to say yes or no.
If in the event they bring, of course they can't say no, they can't say yes. But what I'm saying is that if in the event they said they cannot do that, does that case not fall apart? I mean, would they be able to prosecute it?
No. If they say that they cannot prosecute the case, then they have to present valid legal reasons why they cannot prosecute the case. And bearing in mind that the EFCC and every other ministry and parastatal,
let me give an example.
Hold on, because I think maybe this will clarify that space.
Okay, go on.
Every parastatal and ministry have their own legal department who would have gone through the veracity, the solidity of that case. So it's not just at the whim of the Ministry of Justice to say that they're not going to prosecute a case. They have to present a strong legal argument to that department, parastatal ministry, why they cannot prosecute it, and say that even though this looks tight, it's not tight enough for the judicial system not to throw it out. So it's not just on their whim. They don't just say yes or no. They have to present a strong legal counter argument.
Okay, now you've also kind of like you just keep going around in circle on this matter.
Now, I'm not going around in circles. You seem not to get the point, is what I'm saying.
Because my point is this. Okay, let me give you an example. There was a case that was Yelis Showore, or one of those people had with DSS, and Malami said, I asked them to bring me the file. He wants to oversee the case himself. What does that tell you? He can tell.
Who is Showore battling?
I mean, let's forget who is battling.
Is he battling Total Petroleum or
Obasanjo? You see,
hold on. No, you're the one broken.
No, rational mind. There's an answer to that question.
What are you doing now?
One man is asking you now. Connect to the answer.
Yes. So who was Showore battling?
He was fighting the federal government.
So who is the legal arm of the federal government?
I'm just giving you an example of what.
Example of what?
Hold on.
Example of what now?
EFCC is a federal agency. EFCC is a federal agency. I want you to understand that.
Well, you don't have to want me to understand. I know that. So.
EFCC is a federal agency.
You're right.
They have to get their cases prosecuted by the Ministry of Justice.
Right. Well, yes, you are saying I'm going around in circles. You are going around in circles. They do the investigation.
Yeah. They prosecute it.
So are you listening?
If they tell you they cannot prosecute that case, what do you do then? But like you said,
then that means that case is not watertight enough.
So does that answer the question in a way?
Well, it doesn't answer anything.
That if they tell them they cannot prosecute the case,
yes, because it's not watertight enough. So
there are many cases that Malami is sitting on, even though they are watertight.
I don't know about that. The justice system is.
File.
Look, no, don't worry. I think you're just going around. You are saying I'm going around in circles, but you are you don't get the point, but you're trying to stick it out. Don't stick it out. Just concede it, yield it. But let's get back to Ejiro. Ejiro, round off your thoughts. I'm not quite sure what rational mind was trying to prove there, but back to you, Ejiro.
Yeah, like I said, one man, and like Ovi will always say, yeah, all our politics, they just play into the gallery. I don't see anything happening to Malami in that regard.
All right. Thank you, Ejiro. So, Ejiro, what have you? I think you've gone through all the talking points. So let me go on then to Solly, who's also with us. So, Solly, to you, I was going to stop you from battling it out with Charles, but I thought, okay, you have to learn your own way. So now I hope you've learned your lesson. Now you never win with Charles because Charles only has nothing to tell you.
No, I've not. I want them to hear my own also, because I want them to see that there's always no logical backing behind the ranting. It's always good to hear them pause.
Yes, but you have to understand that it's an ideological position that has been taken by the East, and they've just coalesced behind that position. For reasons of their culture, they are fiercely independent people, and they want to live according to their own way. So it doesn't really matter what the other counter argument is. They are saying this is what we want. We want out of this Nigerian system, and we want to live our own way. So whether they say Nigeria can never work, whether they say the Fulanis, whether they do, their one point is that we are not part of we don't want all this nonsense. We just want to be by ourselves. So that's just what the is. That is my understanding.
When did this ideology begin?
I think it's always been there. Somewhat. Because
I don't.
You have to, the Easterners have always been independent minded, and they've always been. I won't say they are insular because some people might take offense to that, but they've always been very particular of being their own kind of person. They're not asking you to come and be Igbo with them, but they're saying, let us be Igbo as we are and leave us alone, is what they're saying. Just leave us alone, is what I'm hearing. They want to be left alone. I've been there by force. They want to be left alone, or sorry. This person now that is not leaving anybody alone, Ganduje, breaking up. I thought it was Agberos that always break bottles, but he's breaking bottles now in Kano State and collecting taxes from the contents of it. So what are you then making of this duplicitous narrative of smashing bottles because it's an intoxicant, but collecting taxes from that intoxicant? So the hypocrisy of it, Solly.
Yes, it is hypocritical. Hypocritical. I don't even know. Anyway, there is some hypocrisy behind it, but in other countries also, they destroy supercars. Especially if you don't take them through the right processes, maybe you don't want to pay tax. They destroy cars worth 500,000, cars worth 1 million. They destroy all of them at once, maybe 20 of them, 50 of them. So if anybody is crying about the economical, this one and that one, it happens everywhere. Now, the question is, these people that wanted to do business, why are they not involved in the politics of that state? They just want to go in there, be ignorant and thinking that everything must work how they feel like it pleases them to work. No, we see corporations, even in America, getting into politics, lobbying, making $1 million donations and stuff like that, because they are going in there for their own interests. If your type of business is not looked upon in a nice way and is even being demonized there, why still carry your business there and try to force it? The mindset of the people there is not allowing your business to work, but you want to forcefully, you want to force the thing that they don't want there. So I believe the only solution, or a solution, let me not say the only solution, a solution is that if they want that business there, they should get into politics, see what it takes to get somebody like that removed, and see what it takes to not allow somebody like that to get in there again. Or they will just have to move away. Even in America, some people complain about San Francisco. Somebody can enter into a shop, steal something, and the shop owner is not supposed to call the police or chase the person. So it's different, and that's all in America. Some states don't do death penalty. Some states do death penalty. Everybody has their own cultural differences. Everybody has their own certain differences. In some states that they don't allow marijuana, you now want to now start forcefully forcing it on. It may not even be the states. It may just be the people of those states. Their mindset just doesn't want marijuana there.
No, that's a different thing you're saying, Solly. That's a different thing.
Is it? Okay, how is it different? How is it different?
You don't use that analogy. You don't use that example. It doesn't work.
No. I'm not saying it is exact for it. It is same. I'm just using it as an example, and we can see the same situation.
I would think it.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Oh, you guys have done a great job, man. I know.
Thomas, you are interfering. I don't know if you want to mute, or are you saying something? All right. So anyway, in Kano State, there are many Igbos that have been living there like 2-3 generations. They've been living there. They've been doing the same business. Before this, their Sharia came in. They've been living there. They're doing the same beer business and the rest of that. It's never been an issue until they brought in their Sharia back in 1999 or 1990, 2000 or whatever, when they brought it up. So, like you said, maybe they should involve in themselves in the policies of that place. Maybe that will work. But I doubt that if that will work, because this is a matter of religion. So when religion comes and all that, they will want to stick to their guns. So, but the point is this: they should have thought about it, that these people have been living here. They've been doing this business for many years. When Nigeria was, in some sense, a secular state under the military and under some of the civilians, we never had anything like this, whereby they go and break bottles because of one religion or whatever. They've been doing their business. So why now? That's the question. Why now? Why do you have to interfere in their business?
Because they are power drunk.
To me, I might not have the time to talk because I'll be attending class very soon. You see, for me, the National Assembly should weigh in on this matter. That is the only thing I think they should call and sit down and ask these states, what do you want? Do you want to go full-blown Sharia or what? Mind you, Nigeria is a secular state. That is how it's supposed to be, at least in a sense. I mean, that's how Nigeria is supposed to be, a secular state. But you people are making a fuss about one religion or not one religion. We want to. I mean, this some people who are following the example. Like in Saudi, you go to Saudi, there are places you can buy alcohol. You go to Emirates there, Dubai, you can buy alcohol there. So people that you're following their religion, they still allow these things in their own territory. Why can't you just do a little bit of retrospection and see how you can go about this?
Okay, but the people in Nigeria are not that educated to do all that. Okay, now the people
that's why we need to educate them
have
from
these issues. Yes. Okay, now this is the question I'm about to ask you, so that we can educate them. How are they going to, if since the house or whatever does not want to do anything about it, what are the processes that they can use to take up this issue where someone above in a political stage or wherever that has the power to look over these things? What can they do instead to bring these issues forward? Because you don't expect all these people that are only thinking about themselves to be bringing up this kind of topic. You have to take it to them.
Well, like you said,
why can't they take up these things to the higher levels?
Yeah, like you said, maybe they should join the politics of the local politics of that state.
No, not even just by joining this thing. But what can they do as a normal citizen?
I doubt if that will work. Most people that are selling those things in those parts of Nigeria, they are usually Southerners. I don't believe there are any Northerners there who are really, when I mean really Northerners who are. So let me make this point. They are Southerners. So what they should do, especially the Igbos, they are more in that business. What they should do is they should come back and talk to their own legislators from their own states. They should bring this before the National Assembly. They should, even their governors. So, but it's not how everybody is just keeping quiet. I don't know why everybody is just keeping quiet. They should get involved in the national politics, perhaps too, or even talk to Nigerian breweries and other breweries in Nigeria that look, we cannot do our business in this part of Nigeria. Nigeria is a secular state, but we don't know what is going on. Let them lobby. So I don't know what is going on. We don't just know most of us don't know what is going on in that area, because these people keep getting sabotaged, keep getting
because they are keeping quiet.
Their business destroyed. It's not right. It's not right.
Okay, it's not right. It's not right, rational mind, but it is what happens even in the animal kingdom. If they don't find a way to fight back, it will just keep on increasing and they will just keep on crying and complaining. It may not
Only
be
the
right,
National
but that's
Assembly
how
can say
life
this matter.
is.
Not even the president. National Assembly can say this matter. If the National Assembly can take their stand, but it will never happen considering the bulk of people who are from that side who wants to pander to their religion and not wanting to talk about this matter. They don't want to talk when it comes to issue of religion. They believe it's a sensitive
Then
matter.
you
They don't want to talk
force
about it.
then
But
you
if it
force
continues
them
that
to
way,
talk about it. You force them to address it. You can't keep
that is
on
what I'm
letting
saying. The Southerners has to force them to discuss, to bring it on the floor on the National Assembly
So
and
it
debate
is
this
it is
matter.
a problem for the people to solve.
It is a problem because you have one section of the country who doesn't want to talk about it. If you bring it up, it's a problem. They'll shut it down.
Okay, but you find a way to force them. This is
You
how
find a way.
politics
Okay.
is played. No, this is how politics is played. If somebody dribble you, you dribble them back. You don't start crying. Okay. It's difficult. But you don't just say, you don't just cower and just go and bury yourself and just say this is the end.
No, we're not saying they should bury it, but you see, there are so many factors militating against them. The people you want, your legislators you want to go and talk about, they don't even care about you, perhaps. Even the governor doesn't care about you, perhaps.
I'm not saying it's okay.
So somebody is
saying I'm saying it's okay. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying they should fight back. They should find a way to fight back. Just simple as that. Nobody is going to come and help them. They should not start thinking of somebody is going to come and save them. Same thing for Black Americans in America. They knew nobody was coming to come and save them. They fought that slavery till they became free. Was it easy? No, but they did it, knowing nobody was coming to save them. We still had missionaries coming to Africa, all the people coming to build schools, people coming to, they had nothing, nobody. So you can't keep on doing as if you're in bondage.
Oh, we keep going around in circle on this matter. I understand your point, Solly, but the thing is, we should be talking about a solution, which I think is the far one solution, which is get involved in local politics of that.
Is that Solly? This boy, you cannot fight them. You cannot force them. These people. Have you been to Arab land?
Have you? Wait, Tony, can you give me one example of somebody that did the right things to fight them and it didn't work and the person kept pushing and pushing? Just give me one example.
How can you fight them in Arab land?
No, in Arab land? One man, please. Next question. They never answer your question.
They will
never answer your question.
All right. Thank you. So Solly, let me take you to that space then of voodoo money. You've heard the build up to it, but the House of Rep now they are saying this space is just getting out of hand. I'm not sure the last time, but there seems to be a spike in it now. It's just body parts and whatnot. This now seems to be.
I don't think there's a spike in it. I think it's just the effect of social media. Social media exposes a lot. I think it has always been there. When I was in, I think GS2 in Air Force, it was so bad that during the assembly, they had to announce so many times, don't enter commercial bus, because they were doing bomo, where people will be hypnotized, they will sleep, and the bus will just start. So many different methods. Using public transportation was a threat to your life. That's Lagos State. People were pretending to be crazy. They will stay on that bridge just so that they can hit your head and kidnap you. So many things. So many things that even one time, I didn't like my parents coming to pick me. I prefer to follow public transport because it gave me a sense of freedom. And also I was able to save some cash from it. But one time I played so much and I realized I have to take public transport back to my home. And you can't sleep. You can't sleep in a commercial bus. And what is Lagos all about? Bus or Okada or keke? Keke there were not even much keke that time. I would have just taken keke, And I was so tired. I wanted to sleep. But I remembered I was in a commercial bus and I was fighting in the sleep with all my life. My heart was beating. That is how terrible it was back then. I think now it's even lower. Just that younger people are doing it and they are doing it to stupidity. Does it work? I don't know. Because all the airport that I used to see in T-Junction when I was young, I used to kick them I used to break them. I used to scatter them. You know, you even see some crazy people, they will come in the night to come and be eating the food, all those sacrifices. You know, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
You've been kicking Nebo, Abi.
Since I was young, though.
Are you sure they've not used you to do paro? Are you sure that
No,
you
no,
see,
no. One man.
maybe you'd have been a billionaire now, Not to
No,
say
no.
that you are
One
not
man.
already, but
One
you see
man.
now.
One man. After seeing so many people eat the ebo, eat it. You know, people just used to go there. Eventually, if they are hungry on the food, they will eat it. Nothing happened to them. You know, you just realize that it's just a way for people who don't believe in themselves, you know, to just they can't use logic anymore. They just start thinking in a different direction and just start doing stuff like this.
Oh,
You know,
all
I
right.
don't think you'll see a fully sane person doing something like this. You know, having everything going for himself, doing something like this.
You know, but okay. So, but to the space, the narrative of the return certificate being revoked from Buhari and given to Atiku. Do you think there's anything in play there? Is this three-dimensional chess Fulani style, or just a bit of a nonsensity? What are you making then of the lawsuit?
No, it shows Atiku's desperation to come into power any way possible, and obviously with the backing of some northerners that are trying to give him different corny methods to try and enter. You know, just a desperate move. Even up to this point, I think it's going to play down till when election starts. You know, and that's when they're finally going to give up. It's just it's just another means of entry that is just trying to conjure, you know. I
All
don't really
right.
take it serious, but it's something that can happen knowing Nigeria state.
You know, the one thing that you guarantee in Nigeria is to expect the unexpected. You know, don't
Yes,
close your
so
eyes for 1 minute, though, because they will,
but yet some
you know.
Nigerians still are always shocked.
You know, nothing should shock anymore in Nigeria because yeah, we've gone past just look at what we're talking
Yes,
about just now.
but Nigeria,
Human voodoo money, you know,
yes,
politicians
but
just people selling
Nigeria,
their children.
Nigerians, you know, but okay, for things like for people not to get shocked anymore, they need two things. Either they need to know their history or they need to have exposure to the outside world, because exposure to the outside world lets them learn their history. Nigeria is just a country of 60 years old. We are still building the history. They've even cut off majority of the history. So when you don't have history, you cannot learn from your past. You cannot learn your lessons. So this is why it's just going to keep go on a loop and go over and over and over and over again, you know, until people learn.
All right, thank you. And to the Akeredolu space, doubling down on power must transit to the south. Once upon a time, especially on this platform, we had no conversation other than that when we're just, you know, bouncing up and down that they are fighting for power to come to the south. But that just petered out, and now uh, um, Akeredolu resurrects it with this new headline that is making the North claps back. But what are you making of that insistence? Is that still in play when it's looking as though PDP might well go with the North? So power must transit to the South, and if it doesn't, what are the consequences? Sully.
Well, I think he's just saying the mind of what a lot of people, what probably has been discussing with some people. They've all been chanting the same thing, and it also favors him also. You know, me personally, I wouldn't mind voting for somebody in the east. I wouldn't mind voting for somebody in the north, whether it's a Fulani man. I wouldn't mind voting for somebody in the west if they had as much influence as Tinubu and they actually wanted to come and do something right. You know, I wouldn't care where they are from. I'm from Lagos. You know, we are not tribalistic. We don't care about tribe. You know, just somebody that will come in and do the right work. I wouldn't care, but you know, that's just a tribalistic talk because he said power must come to the south, but that's the only backing. Like, what else is he a good president, or he just must come to the south? You know, is he going to do the right things, or it must just come to the south? You know. It's another form of tribalistic talk also.
All right, thank you. And finally, to the EFCC pointing its searchlight on the Ministry of Justice, which is superintended by Abubakar Malami. Is this now Malami Kirikiri style, or is this just Boju Boju? What are you making of the EFCC narrative?
I think they are just trying to get some money. They just want to. They know everything about everybody, so they always know the right time to strike. It's better for them to strike now before they start contesting for governorship. Collect their bribe so that they can let him do his campaign in peace and whatever. And if people say, "Oh, didn't he do this?" You say, "Oh, I visited EFCC and they've let me go. They've cleared my case." Stuff like that. So it's business as usual.
All right, thank you. So I didn't even think of it doing that. Maybe it's just a clean bill of health that he wants from the EFCC for his campaign for Kebbi State. So yeah, that's a new spin on it from Solly. So let's go on to Rational Mind as we continue to progress the conversation, and Rational Mind to the Ganduje narrative. Rational Mind.
Well, I think I've said a little bit on that, not much. You see, what is going on in that part of Nigeria? It just underscores one thing that I've always emphasized on your platform here, and some other platforms, that religion is a problem in that country. And by religion, I'm not excluding just Islam, even Christianity. It's a problem. If a country says it is a secular state, we should live by that secular tenets of a secularism, not putting one religion on the pedestal above the rest. So this whole thing with one religion wanting to dominate the whole thing, it's a recipe for disaster, for anarchy, for war, and whatever conflicts that comes with it. So for me, it was a real big mistake that Obasanjo allowed those northern states to decide to want to be under some kind of religious law, because that would always conflict with the secularism of that state that state was supposed to be, if at all Nigeria was ever secular. So and that is what we're seeing playing out now with the case of this alcohol and things like that. And the funny thing is that this so-called religion that they practice over there in that part of Nigeria, the countries where they even practice them more, or should we say virtually everybody there, they are just all Muslim, or as the case may be, they still sell, the places they allow the alcohol to be sold. They still find a way around it, like they rationalize it in a way. And like in Saudi Arabia, if you go, there are places you can buy alcohol. I mean, they don't interfere with them. You can go there, you drink alcohol. If you are maybe an American who work as an expatriate, or somebody from the UK or from other parts of Europe, and you want alcohol, you can bring your wine. You can go where the places you can buy it, which is just only for those people for that. Even I know, I mean, there's some Saudi Arabians sneak out and go drink and do all this kind of crap in secret. So what are we saying? So the point is, even in UAE, the places you can buy alcohol, these are countries whereby we know them as predominantly Islamic countries. So, but why must you people be different? Fine, if you people say you want to do your religion, let it be like you said at the beginning. It's only going to apply to people who are practice that religion. But why must you now force other people who are not part of that religion to abide by that religion? So you see, the thing is, the National Assembly needs to stand up and take a position on this. Because if the National Assembly does not take a position, it will continue escalating, and I see it to become a problem. I mean, that could also be one of those things that would bring about this whole session thing to come to fruition. Because in this one country we call Nigeria, where we should be secular and one religion is trying to dominate, it makes no sense. We have one law, and that law should be obeyed, which is the law Nigeria has, that every state should respect the right of everybody to live as they want in any place they want to live. So, but then that one person is trying to like strangulate their freedom or dictate how they should live. That's one thing that the National Assembly should look into.
All right, thank you. And to the voodoo money narrative, your take?
Well, you see, what the National Assembly is trying to do, I think it should be something that
House of Rep, yeah.
Okay, House of Rep, National Assembly, whatever, because invariably the House of Rep does.
Yeah.
If the House of Rep does it, I mean, the Senate has to also vote on it, no doubt. You can just make law by themselves without the House. I mean, the executive and the Senate or the Senate also taking a position on that. So I think that thing should be localized. Should be maybe they have like was it Tony was saying something here. I remember when Ogunde did that is movie then. As kids back then, most of us were barred from entering to go watch it because they felt that it's beyond us. I think this PG thing, even though it was not
from entry to go watch it because they felt that.
What was that?
I think it's coming from you.
No. I think it's from Tony.
No, I think it's Tony. So, Tony, can you mute yourself, please?
No.
Yeah, sorry, carry on. Tony, for goodness sake, man. Don't mute yourself now. Come on, man, Tony, man. Why do you keep doing things? Carry on, rational mind.
So anyway, Tony, a little bit of his comic here. Anyway,
no, I know it's popular with the audience, but it pushes it.
Well, let's just try and accommodate him sometimes. Anyway, so the thing is, this whole PG thing should be enforced. PG-13, PG whatever. This grading of movies, I think should be enforced. We know in Nigeria, because in a society whereby everything is just anyhow, you get anyhow things. A society that is not as developed as our country. I mean, even countries that are not developed, they still find a way of enforcing their film rating and everything, whereby you can just a certain film you cannot show to people. People cannot just go to the club and get it and say you want to watch it. They should. Maybe that's each state legislation, legislative body should be able to enforce some kind of law. Because for me, I don't think trying to stifle the Nigerian movie industry, that would be, I think that's something I'm not saying that they should promote this voodoo and all these things, spirit and all that kind of things, like they do, and all this kind of wayward immorality as they do. I'm not saying they should, but they don't want to regulate that. That's one area they don't want to go to, because when you start dictating to them what they should and what they should not do, you're going to kill creativity. That creativity that's not even there, like you said, one man, which sometimes I wonder too, why is it that all our movie has to be everything about voodoo, and it's like they don't even have an idea of other films. They can even, Nigeria is so rich in culture. It's diverse. They can think of movies that could really inspire. But you see, you see any Nigerian movie, there are 3 contents that you will always find there. One of them is that voodoo thing. Number 1, voodoo. The other one is sex and whatever. And the third one is gangsterism or whatever. You always see that there. So you see, there are other ways they can write movies, and it's to still teach some kind of morals, and it's also teach some other things too that they want to portray. But if they should allow the National Assembly, you said what?
Can I ask a question? If they do all these things, do you think it will stop what is happening?
Well, that's another question.
Because UK had this kind of issue too, and they started banning music videos, but the stabbings did not end.
So people will still find a way around it. Yeah, people will still find a way. Maybe on the dark web or whatever, they will still have to get it, or somehow they will get it. Even back then, in the 70s, we still find a way of getting films. Well, we find a way of getting some kind of, naughty films that we get back then. I won't lie that to you, even though they were. But what I'm just trying to say is that the thing is with that area, I don't want them trying to over-regulate it, because they will stifle the already moribund kind of idea. Lack of inspiration to write good movies that they already have. They are already suffering already. So they should just maybe kind of like make a kind of a law whereby they will make it like a field, like is it grading or film censoring, where they put the PG-13, whatever, PG, whatever. That way, that you cannot buy it, you cannot go to a video club, and nobody should sell it. See, the thing is this: if a society that is not organized as Nigeria, it's very good, very, very difficult. A country whereby they have database of everybody, like here, if you want to go buy alcohol or anything, even you go to a dispensary here, they have to look at your ID. I mean, a lot of people don't have ID. You know, you go to a store, you want to buy this. Okay, let me look at the ID. From your ID, they will be able to know if you are of age, if you are 21, if that's the law says. They'll sell you alcohol, or they let you get a video cassette or a video CD for you to go and watch. So, but if you don't have it, you cannot get it. So you see, when the country is not developed, it's not organized as Nigeria. That is why we find all these row things and all these kind of things happening. So, but I'm not saying that would even put an end to this whole thing that we're seeing, but at least to reduce it. So what they just need to do is you just need to sit down and really strategize and see how they can not just regulate who watches this thing, but also they should kind of make put in place whereby each state will be able to oversee the entertainment industry in their area, so that they'll be able to prevent people from getting access to certain things that they're not supposed to be getting to, like kids watching some kind of blue film, or as case may be. They should regulate that too.
Well, what's wrong with you? You don't want kids watching blue films. What's the job of kids other than to watch blue films? Did you not watch blue films when you were a kid?
Well, well, hold on. We did,
you want to lie.
We are not as corrupt as they are. Yeah,
you did not watch blue films when you were hiding under the blanket. Look at that. Those dirty magazines you used to buy.
How do you know, one man? How do you know?
No, I don't. It sounds the part. It sounds like
really.
Yes, it sounds the part.
Rational minds watch that.
Well, we did. I mean, myself and my friends, we go to video club. You know, Buddy Thomas there. We used to go there back then. We'll go and see video club in off I don't know area there. Then we used to have Terry's. We used to have
there was a time Nigeria was good. I remember those video clubs. Yeah.
Go to video clubs, get video cassettes, and then we go watch, and then we just lie, and then we just get some kind of sometimes we even steal from them. We steal. I mean, not me directly, my friends, they will steal Mojo films. And
what do you mean? If you say your friends are not here to defend, look at that. Look at this guy. Listen. And those magazines you used to buy, magazines, we know that as well.
The thing is this. I'm a good boy. I was raised in a Christian home, but I'm a bad boy in a sense. I follow bad people, bad boys. So they are the one getting it because I dare not take it to home. My parents will not allow me. So what I do is that we go to their homes, we go and watch it. When their own parents are not at home, we slide in the cassette, whatever pictures they have, maybe their uncle or their whatever. So that's what I did back then. So what I'm just trying to say is that even back then, even though it was even worse back then, but there was still some kind of regulation then that people still insist on certain things. So maybe they should introduce that could help. But you see this whole thing with another thing again is what is really pushing people into this thing. That is another thing they should fight. Poverty.
Yep.
I was listening to a man yesterday, even I know the man wasn't really articulating what he said on Arise, one of the former Akwa Ibom gubernatorial aspirant. You know, he was talking about like I don't want to mention the state where I am, but one of the states where I am in America here, they have what
if you mention your state, are they going to track you down?
I can because I have my stuff online, so
look at this guy. Let me know the voice recognition. They can't get you through. They know you. They know you.
You know this is my real voice. Let's just go. Anyway, so they have what they call. I think Tony was speaking to that some time ago. He's talking about apprenticeship program. You know, it's not about when you go to university before you can create things. Like here in America, some states, people have small business, construction business of their own. They build houses on their own. I mean, they build houses for people. You can, if they can let them have this apprenticeship program like they used to have back then in the 70s and towards early 80s. Whereby you go to technical college, you learn trade, let these kids, let them be gainfully occupied, gainfully employed by getting them trained in some skills. So you see, if they don't tackle that, trying to tackle entertainment, I don't think that's going to work. It's not just one way approach. It should be a multifaceted approach to this whole thing, because you just don't say you want to ban certain movies or regulate certain movies, but then if they are idle, they're not doing anything, they'll still find a way. Like some days ago, I saw 3 kids. They were moving from Delta State going to Edo State. They said they caught them. They asked them, where are they going? They said they're going to Bini. What are you going to do? We know in Bini. They says, you want to go and learn Yahoo. I was like, my goodness. 13
saw
years,
it.
12 years old boy. They want to go and learn Yahoo. What is going in this country? That was even barely a few days after those boys were caught. Those other boys that we were talking about, who they did something bad with their girlfriend.
You see, woman, what's so funny? Look at Kenny. Kenny is co-op too. But why Kenny develop? Even they're co-op too. You see?
All right, give it up, Charles, man. You said that 10 times now.
No, woman, let me explain you something. Kenny, that's why I would have a rich guy in Kenya than a rich guy in Nigeria.
Okay.
Here's the reason why. Rich people in Kenya actually build something for the people.
And that is why Nigeria should
Jake,
divide.
go and be Kenya. He has been riding for Kenya for so long.
Just to conclude, keep kingdom come, keep clapping until
rational mind.
Kingdom come, and they just
rational mind. Can I interject?
Keep clapping.
Go on, please.
Yeah, so I agree with you that yes, there should be regulation on what is being let out by the media and whatever. But these things that you are saying, they should elevate poverty. Who is going to, if they want to do something like this, they are going to spend money, and they are not just going to build these facilities, but they are going to hire lecturers, which they are going to be paying consistently every month. And not just a cheap amount, probably anything between 250K to 400K per month to train these students. And their curriculum is mostly theoretical in Nigeria. So it leaves no space for practical. So if they are going through this process again without changing the educational system itself, these students are still going to go to such a school and still come out not knowing how to do anything except for reading and writing. No, wait, I'm not done. And in New York, would you say America is a poor country? No. In New York, back in the 80s and the 90s, they had boys that were 12, 13, 9, selling drugs, selling crack in their neighborhoods. They had the opportunities for all these things you are saying, but they still became criminals, killing people with guns at that age in America, in Florida, so in broad daylight. So we as Nigerians, like I was saying with one man, I think we are always being shocked and shocked. Things like this will happen.
There are other stories to what you're talking about.
Things like this
in America.
I feel
New York is a different story to
that. We can go all over the world. It's the same thing. Okay. It happens everywhere. Things like this.
So what are you saying? What are you trying to say? It's not going to work.
Wait, I say I agree with the regulation. It will reduce it, but it won't stop it. There should be.
But what I'm saying is that it's going to be a multifaceted approach, not just one approach. Just trying to regulate the film industry. No, yes, you don't just have to do that alone.
But
you also have to make these kids. Hold on. You have to make these kids employable. Let them have skills. We're talking about what sells that this now is not just oil. It's what service you can give out. That's what sells.
Yes, but this thing is going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost a lot of money.
More than half of our population, more than half of the population of Nigeria, they have no skills. That's usually the word. They have no skills.
Okay, but what I'm saying is
that disaster in a country like that. So
yes,
and then we keep bringing in more generations. We keep making more kids in that country, and these kids they also take after their father or their sisters or their elder brothers. It's crazy. It's madness. So if the kids not taking, that country is going to implode. Because when you have so many illiterate people who cannot even boast of any skills to contribute to the economy, that is why you see what is going on, these kind of things. If those kind of kids we're talking about, if they've gone to one trade school or technical school and they've learned one trade and they've gotten employed, do you think they will be thinking of wanting to go and kill their girlfriend? No, probably likely not. They will not do that. So what I'm trying to say is that the curriculum, like somebody was saying, how much are they voting for education in that country? Education in that country, the money they spend on other things like their politics and everything is 3 times the money they vote for education. Why should that be? A country that is serious will take their education number 1, if not number 2, maybe after their defense. So the point is, we have misplaced priority in that country. Educating our population should be the number 1 thing, because that is where
it's not going to stop it. It's only going to reduce it.
Well, sorry, I don't know what your argument is all about.
I'm saying there should be a task force.
A task force. What kind of task force? Like what you have in during when they were head of state.
That will focus on this specific issue.
But what's the point of asking? What is the point of having a task force when people are still living in poverty? People will still find a way around. You know the one
okay, but these solutions that you are talking about, do you see them realistically happening?
Sorry. I think
you don't. They are not realistically going to happen, and you can't let this thing implode on everybody. You can't let it implode on everybody.
That I don't get you. Sorry, what are you talking about?
You can't let this thing implode on everybody. You are saying this and that, but realistically, it's not going to happen in that country. The best thing for them to do is get prepared for when it's going to implode. That's the best thing. They don't.
You say you keep on talking. You say you are one Nigeria. You say one. You are anti-Nigeria. I don't understand.
I'm not anti-Nigeria. I am very factual with the country that we are talking about.
Yeah, but we're saying in an ideal situation, that is how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
If you want to tackle it,
but Nigeria is not an ideal situation.
What Solly is saying essentially is that you cannot educate an Agbero. An Agbero will still be an Agbero. I want you to watch this. Hopefully, I don't get kicked off, but watch this.
What struck you the most? It struck me. I think anything has struck me, like lightning, thunder, kind of struck. Right. What are the overarching things? What were you most moved by?
God. This is Nigeria for me.
So I'd say it's definitely the people.
That is a senator. Someone was asking about the situation. That what struck you the most about the situation? I say, what struck me? You mean like lightning, thunder striking? I want to say, no. What did you? So that's an educated person, but so
was she joking? Was she just joking?
No, did she sound like she was joking? Did you see her face just suddenly panic?
English is not her mother tongue.
Or is it our father's tongue then? Is it all of us that are mocking her? Is it our mother tongue?
I think so.
Listen to the accent and listen to the brain. Listen to the accent and the brain. A well-spoken woman, but listen to her brain.
English is not her mother tongue, and then she's going to the Senate.
Quiet? Can you be quiet? Because I'm playing the video. What's this guy doing, man? Don't do that toning now. Why are you?
What struck you the most? It struck me. I think anything has struck me, like lightning, thunder, kind of struck. Right. What are the overarching things? What were you most moved by?
God.
It's almost like a parallel universe, but
in fact, she spoke like maybe she was just joking.
No, because Tudu had to explain it. Did you not hear? So what impacted you? So you say no. What impacted you?
English is not a mother tongue.
Structure you like
one man. Let me say something. One man. One of your. I remember some time ago, once upon a time, one of your commentators here, I don't want to call his name. He said something about this English thing we're talking about. Right. When we were making jest of Tanko Mohammed, the CGN. Yeah. He said the fact that the man does not know how to speak English doesn't mean he never went to school, that he went to school and he's an educated man.
Well, what does that mean? Oh, that was Ola now. That was
don't call his name. It's not here now. Yeah, that was Ola, yes.
Well, you see, it's Nigeria. It's a very complex. That society has been bastardized over the years, and it's going to be very, very difficult to fix it at one stretch. It's going to be a very, very long time for anybody to fix it. But
do you think Tudun Abiola is pretty?
One man.
Hold on. Answer that, and I'll tell you why I'm asking.
Sometimes I never knew she was 40-something years. I mean, she looks like
she's 45. She just turned 45
today. Yeah. She was 45 today. I was like, wow. Was it yesterday or today? I think so. So anyway, well, the Abiolas, not all of them.
The question now is a straight one. Do you think she's pretty?
The Abiolas, not all of them are really. They take after their father,
All right. I'm only asking because this guy said in the comment section that this is what he's saying. Some guy calls People's Club. He says this Tudun is looking sweet, but I've never looked at her and thought, she just always, like you said, she just looks like typically like her father, just wide in the mouth, sort of.
Well, the way to fix the education system
Well,
is
man.
each region.
You know that father. Is it his lips or what's that his feature that looks, out of proportion?
The way to
But
fix
one man,
education.
everybody cannot look the same now,
Of course,
There must be
yeah.
spices,
We're operating our own way, in our own little way.
Here's the easiest way to fix education system. If each region, like educating the native language, that's what Kenya does. You know, in Kenya country, each of the country, the native language is an official language, native language to speak. But Nigeria don't do that. That's the issue. That's why Nigeria is a joke. And Nigeria, each region has to speak the native language. That's what China is doing well. You know that other countries are doing well, speak the native language. You know that?
Jake.
You guys know that?
Jake, do you know that it's Kenya that gave Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria?
Charles has a point, and I think we've had this conversation here before. When we referenced Professor Sophia Oluwole, I think, yes, Sophia Oluwole,
yeah,
and she was arguing then that you learn best in your native language. You do, because if you are learning in a language that is secondary to you, you have, because you think instinctually in your own language, don't you? That's just your default
that's how language
thinking.
evolves. Yeah.
Yes. So if you have to learn in a foreign language, then you have to realign your thought processes, to that language in order then to acquire that knowledge. So the Chinese, they learn in Chinese, so they don't have to go and the nuances of learning as well. You don't understand the nuances of a foreign language, no matter how comfortable you are with that language. There's certain nuances that you might not understand, and that's all part of learning. So Charles has a point, by my record.
Yeah, you see, I think so, that's Professor Sophia. I think I know I watched that.
Yeah.
I think she's late now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she's passed on. Yeah.
So anyway, you see, in the Nigerian context, it's I think when we have a regional system, probably would have helped. Everybody can learn their own regional language. I think like they have in Switzerland, where they have different, different languages. They have the French part, they have the German, and they have whatever part. Even in Belgium. Anyway, so maybe it's going to be very, very difficult for us to have one single language. You can't tell me that because Hausa is the most widely spoken language in North, therefore everybody must learn Hausa. It's not. It can't work. It can't work. So what I think they should do is maybe a kind of.
I think the Yoruba language is the acceptable public face of.
No, I don't think so. One man, you only say that because you are from the West.
One man.
No, because the Easterners, they would never accept Hausa, as you said, and the Northerners, they would never accept Igbo, but grudgingly, both parties may accept Yoruba.
No, I don't think so.
It's
you're just one saying that, one man. I don't think so. The only thing is, the only way around this is let them go on regionalism. So everybody we can have English as the official language, but each region can teach. They could do their curriculum so that the curriculum will just only teach in their native language, in native language of that region. That way, everybody can understand better. I think it's a good thing, like Jake is saying, like that Professor Sophia said. The best, like the Germans, the other countries, they're all learning their own language. Chinese, they're learning their own language. They have their own curriculum in their language. So why can't we do that?
In fact, most European countries learn in their own language. I cannot think of one that. In fact, I don't think there's any that learns in a language that is foreign to it.
It's just we Africans, like you go to French-speaking countries too, they learn in French, Like I can tell you as a language teacher myself, it's very, very difficult because you have to think, like you was trying to explain, you have to think in your language. If you have to express in a different language, you have to think, So it's kind of, it takes, like even some of us, even our English sometimes too, when we want to express certain things in English, like you talk about the nuances and everything, we have to think first. We have to think maybe in our language, especially when you want to translate. It can be so confusing sometimes. So you see, there's a lot of things wrong with that our space called Africa and Nigeria, especially. A lot of things has to be done right if that country is to progress. If
do you know India has so many languages, but India is a good example. India has so many languages, but India is really in its own language. It is a good example. India. very good example. It's like Nigeria, but they speak different languages, and they each we have own language and they speak and they educated their people. So here's a good example.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So thank you, Rational Mind. If you want to round off thoughts there, and then I'll go to Charlie
Well,
Boy.
I mean, yeah, just to round it up, you see, it's not going to be just one approach in fixing this issue with this whole thing with this ritual killing. You know, I mean, besides even the ritual killing for the purpose of wealth and other things, some people do it for power. You know, like we've been seeing now, every election year, we start hearing of people missing here and there. You know, besides even for a ritual for money, some people do it for power. They want to show up probably their base, trying to like whatever power they do it for to win election. You know, they do that too for that reason, for that purpose. So, but I think the main thing that they should tackle is, besides like what Solly was saying, put in place a task force or putting in place laws, but also that thing that really pushes people to doing it, especially when it comes to people who are those kids, is they need to fix that. Our education, it needs to take not more than half of our budget, because if they can do that, you're going to educate a lot of people. And like you said, you can't educate the Agberos already who are already there out there, but at least the newer people coming. I mean, they can set a gazette like people that can be educated. Not necessarily you have to take them to the classroom. You can open up workshops here and there and bring in people that will train them in a skill. You don't have to go to the classroom to learn. It's all about apprenticeship, some kind of skill acquisition. In some ways, they can do that. So that is just a way of getting these kids occupied and diverting their mind from, from some things that is criminal. That's just it.
All right, thank you. So we go on to Charles, and then we start to round up from there. So Charles, I'm almost afraid to take you there, but I'll take you to the north anyway. And Ganduje is smashing up these bottles of beer. 3.8 million bottles he smashed up for reasons of religion. What are you making of that, Charlie Boy?
You see, to me, it's the reason why Nigeria can. No, I hate me. See, this reason why. How can a guy, a politician, smash a bottle of beer? People, beer is business for people. He smash people's only just for his own gain. It's dumb. Shouldn't be doing that. How long can people suffer for parties just destroying their good for their own political gain? The youth are suffering. People are dying. The vehicle actually saves somebody's business. Destroy for political. Who does that? I think there not much change. They must change the way they act. They must change, because you can't just force us to be one, but you still act like this. One that just uses this. What's the point? Where party can just how can the kind of team just pay money just to take people to vote for him, just cost people money, and poor people get deceived and be tricked. That's what do. See, the party trick people. Anybody more they trick you into money and by paying your money, because they know you'll be deceived. Me, I'm not gonna be deceived. I know the truth. The truth will set me free.
All right, thank you, Charlie Boy. And Charles, do you have any thoughts on that voodoo money narrative that we were discussing just earlier on?
Yes, I think you see the issue. It doesn't matter voodoo money, but the issue I have with rich people in Nigeria is that they don't use the money where the mouth is. You have money, you show your money with the mouth. That's one I like all the African countries. The rich people, they show you they have money. They build nice buildings, nice skyscrapers. But Nigeria, a rich guy will just build something abroad. He will not show you he has money in Nigeria. That's rubbish. You have money, show me that you have money. Do something in Nigeria that show you have money. That's the difference between a rich guy in Kenya and Nigeria. There's the big difference. A Kenyan rich guy will build a skyscraper. But Nigerian rich guy will just go abroad for help. That's sad.
But we have nice buildings in Nigeria, though.
Nice building? No. Compared to Kenya? Oh, sorry. Are you?
Have you been to Lagos? Have you been to Lagos before?
Come on, sorry.
No. The real question you should ask him is if he has been to Kenya or Rwanda before, because he quotes them all the time. Have you been to Kenya or Rwanda before?
One day, if you see Nairobi.
No, can you have to answer questions now, Charles. Have you
Sometimes,
been
at
to
least.
Kenya? Have you been to Kenya or Rwanda before? Have you?
I want
No,
to
no,
see.
no, no. Answer the question. Have you been to Kenya or
No,
Rwanda before?
I don't be Kenyan.
No, no. Answer.
I've been to Nigeria and I'm going to Lagos.
Did I ask you about Nigeria? I said, have you been to Kenya or Rwanda before?
No.
There you are. So yeah, then carry on.
I've been to Lagos, and Lagos is sad. It make you throw up when I go to Lagos. It's disgusting. It's people pooping in the floor. Come on, this is monthly you want? Oh, come on, man.
All right. You know the truth. And the truth will set you free. So set the truth free on this, Charlie boy. Atiku continues to fight that 2015 space by proxy, insisting that Buhari's presidency should be nullified and the presidency given to him. What are you then making of that move, Charles?
You see, Nigerian president is a joke. How can a politician just use money just to be elected with the people say kind of anyone voting Nigeria is a joke. Your vote doesn't matter in Nigeria. The party can you just buy your vote and win election. The Nigerian election is rubbish. Someone will just buy your vote and win the election. That's how body can become president.
Jake, can I ask a question?
Yes.
If there was Biafra, do you think they will not be able to buy votes?
No, sorry. You see, so you gotta understand this.
No, but I asked you a question. Is yes or no?
No.
Okay.
I know you want Nigerians. I know you want Nigeria. You want people
No,
to suffer.
I don't care. I don't care. I just want you to be able to see both sides. You know, I just want you to be able to see both
pay you
sides.
money. It sounds like the party pay you money to say that. Hope they didn't pay you big money.
Pay me big money to ask you if they will be able to buy votes in Biafra.
Because that's how Nigeria's always.
Charlie boy, that's a simple question.
No, nobody can push Charles around. You know, Charles is a tough guy. You don't know anything. Charles is a very tough guy. Yeah. All right, Charles, round off your thoughts on what you were talking on, and then I'll start to round off.
Yeah, all these parties are a joke. How can a guy Atiku just pay not politician money? That's why they're not to control the South. Because basically, any South president, you have to pay them money just to be president. Who does that? In the modern society, America, the people are like not the politicians. In Nigeria, just the politicians, like they can never work. People must have to Jesus Christ come to Nigeria fix to 100 years. Nigeria be fixed. People die of hunger. But by the time Nigeria be fixed, Kenya and Rwanda will already be a major powerhouse in Africa. By the time Nigeria be fixed,
wow.
Then you be laughing. Yeah, be laughing there, so be laughing. You shall see what's gonna happen.
Kenya does not have the infrastructure Lagos has.
Kenya is just when Trump was talking about shithole countries, I think he meant Kenya. You know, it's just a shithole country.
Okay, look at the expressway they built in Kenya. Look at the expressway. That shows you something. Look at that Nairobi expressway built in Kenya. That's the money.
You know something, Charles. Nigeria built a whole city, almost a city state, from dust to the skies. One of the most impressive cities in Africa, in fact, and is what is the first purpose-built by African city, especially in West Africa, if not the whole of Africa. I'm talking about Abuja. I'm not sure that there's a city that wasn't built by a capital city in any African country that wasn't built by colonialists, with the exception of maybe Egypt. Nigeria only, and stands alone, and I stand to be corrected, built a city, a state, a principality from ground up, which is a shining example, one of the most beautiful cities you ever see in Africa.
You see,
Nigeria did that.
They want Nigeria to see a joke, and modern cities should have skyscrapers. Nice
and they don't have in Nigeria.
Drainage system.
They don't have.
Hamsi has skyscrapers. Nigeria like small.
Charles, yeah, talking
that's
about.
why I asked Charles if he has
talking
been
about
to Lagos.
things you don't know about. Yeah,
New York is a good example. New York has skyscrapers, drainage system, good road. People don't shit in the floor. That's
People don't
in
shit
New
in the floor
York.
in New York.
New York is
In
one of
New
the
York,
earliest places on the planet.
dirtiest.
Dirty place.
Rats,
Dirty.
rats everywhere.
You
Rats will be
can't
sitting down
you
with
can't
in
use the
train.
subway system in New York. It stinks so much.
so you trying to tell me Lagos is not polluted? You're trying to tell me that?
And the homelessness is just is heart wrenching.
Damn,
What are you talking about? New York? Eh?
Have
you been to New York? Have you been to New York? You haven't. You have not been to New York.
Tokyo is better than Lagos.
Oh no, we've moved to Tokyo now. Look at this guy. Are you a running target? Are you on the run, Charles?
I'm trying to explain why Nigeria is a joke. I'm trying to explain to you guys. You guys
We've gone from Kenya to New York to Rwanda, and now we're in Tokyo.
We get it.
Nigeria is a shit.
Nigeria is a joke. But have you been to any other third world country? Do you know what a third world country is?
So,
do you understand the definition?
So listen very attentively.
All right. Just
country.
quickly, because I want to start to round off now.
Rwanda, Ghana, third world country, but it's doing better. That's rubbish. Rwanda is a third world country, but it's doing better than Nigeria. So don't say that. Third world doesn't matter. So Nigeria must wake up. We can't be dumb. Wake up from your sleep. Enough's enough.
All right, thank you, Charles. So
Wake up.
All right, so I will start to round off from here, and I will start from Thomas to land on Solly. So just rapidly through it, guys, so that if we can cap it under the 4-hour mark, that would be just excellent. We've actually lost Solly. So okay, then I'll start it from Ejiro then to land it on Thomas, who was the first in. So first in, last out still. So Ejiro, your words, and then Tony, Charlie Boy, and then Thomas to take it home for us. So Ejiro, your words.
Thank you, one man. Very interesting and good section today. I actually enjoyed every bit of it. Once again, Nigeria has a long way to go, you know. Like people will always say, which way Nigeria, which way to go. Nigeria has one of the largest population in Africa, gained independence in 1960 from its colonial masters, you know. It became a republic in 1963 where it started a race of survival on its own. You know, our dearly country, Nigeria, started well before they lost control on how to manage available resources. You know, our major production was cotton, cocoa, timber, and so on. Between 70s, oil we had discovered in Nigeria, we failed to manage the available resources. You know, so Nigeria has a lot to survive. It's just bad management, you know. So we just pray that God help us and we'll trace our step and destiny again. Thank you, everyone, and don't forget to thumb up, to share, and to subscribe whenever one man Win to Moon comes live. Thanks, everyone, and have a very good night. Bye.
All right, thank you, Ejiro, and a good night to you too. So from Ejiro to Charlie Boy, your words. Just a short little closing remark. Charlie
My
Boy.
word is that we Nigerians gonna wake up and try to save our people from hunger. We must wake up, save our people from hunger. We must speak out and say the truth. Bye for now.
All right, Charlie Boy. Nigeria must break up. You know, you're telling the truth. Are you telling the truth, Charlie Boy?
I say we must help our people from the bondage.
All right. Thank you, Charlie Boy. So that was Charlie Boy. So from Charles, we go to Tony. Tony, your words.
Yes, sir. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. All the guys that are also on the background, you know, chatting. Tayo, People's Club, Akashe, you guys are the travel. So, my brothers and sisters here, there is no way this boy they get their game plan, they don't carry it out. they want to put Atiku, they want to put another Northerner there. So we have to make sure that we resist it, whatever the court is saying. So, and then Charlie Boy is saying the fact that Kenya is looking better than Nigeria. You look at the whole street, Nigeria roads are not with sidewalk, no nothing, no sewage system, no nothing. So that's all I can say for tonight. Thank you very much, sir. Woman. God bless you. Yesterday, I saw how you struggle. I was feeling your pain. Thank you, sir. Good night.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So Thomas, just condense it into a very short closing last word. So Thomas, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone. I would just tell Nigerians, let's take the destiny into our hands. Come 2023, let's choose the one that is good for ourselves, a good leader that will change the narrative of the country as a whole. To Charles, Nigeria is not that bad, as you are saying. You don't have this, you don't have that. Nigeria is still one of the best places in Africa. Don't let us deceive ourselves. If you say Nigeria is working, it's not working, but it's not that bad, what you paint every time. Then a breaking news to you, Nigeria is not going to break. Nigeria is not going to break. We have to come together and make it work. The problem of Nigeria is not breaking. The problem of Nigeria is our bad leaders. It's our bad leaders that put us in this sexual problem. God bless everyone. Job, like the station, subscribe if you like. We like that. May God bless everyone. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So that was Thomas filling in the big shoes of Ajale Koko. So thank you, Thomas. So that was Thomas. So we close the session here, but just as a bit of a bonus, because you guys were reasonably decent in the thumbs up. I say reasonably decent because we've still not hit that 100 thumbs up mark. But by way of a bonus, I'm going to give you now the secret tool to that thing that I know you've always been searching for. The secret tool to everything that you've always wanted. So this is the secret to success. So pay particular attention. The secret to success is a well-made bed. So that is it. That's all you need to know. If you want to be more successful than Elon Musk, just make your bed, make it clean and crisp just as soon as you wake up. And that is the secret to success. And let me explain. The secret to success is a well-made bed, because the real secret to success is a good night's sleep. And a good night's sleep is predicated upon a well-made bed. So if you have a bad day, when you're coming back, the one thing you want to do is flop on your bed. And to flop on that bed, it has to be well made. And if you have a good day, you still want to flop on your bed. But the secret to success is a good night's sleep. So when you have a good night's sleep and you you sleep around 10 o'clock, thereabout, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then you get a good 7-8 hours solid sleep. When you get to work, you are bright and alert. So you are bright and alert, and then people notice that you are bright and alert and doing, and then the workplace favors you and you go up the work chain. The converse of that is you have the bad night's sleep and you get to the work sluggish. So you have to have that coffee to kick you in, and then you are slow for another 2 hours. And then they are quick asking you to deliver something, you are just sluggish. So that is just that little tweak right there. That is the secret to success. The secret to success is a good night's sleep, and the secret to a good night's sleep is a well-made bed. So that is the one thing. So you try that. You make your bed every morning as soon as you wake up. Fluff your pillows, straighten it out so that it's nice and fluffy. Make the bed so that there's no crease, and then go about your day. When you get to go, have a good 8-hour sleep thereabout, and then see how life evolves from there. So there you have it. One man went to Mo style. The secret to life is a well-made bed. So there it is. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.